Hello world, and welcome once again to Free Build Friday. Today, as you probably know, I am going to complete our build of the SSSS.DYNAZENON with the final component, Dyna Diver. This submarine-type mecha is piloted by Gauma. I forget his last name or his first name, whatever it is. But you can see it on the box here. On the box right there. That's not a great picture, I realize. Right there, Dyna Diver and Dyna Soldier Diver combined. Combined is in very heavy air quotes. So, it forms the legs of Dynarex and Dynazenon. So it's like half the body, really. So I'm expecting it to be a bit of a complicated build compared to the other ones. But before we do that, actually, got a little bit of housekeeping to deal with here. I'm going to switch perspectives. Cameras. So there's a couple parts I didn't do last time. Not those ones. As you recall, I was in very much of a rush to finish off last time's stream. Because I was in a tight. I had to go do something. I had to go see a movie. So I did a very bare bones build. No stickers. Well, the one sticker there and the one sticker. Where was the other sticker? Right there. The tail light. That was all I did for this. I still haven't gone back and painted it. Haven't finished painting Dyna Wing. Cleaned off. I cleaned off Dyna Soldier actually a few weeks ago and haven't tried to redo the paint on him. So yeah. Anyway, I'm beating around the bush here. I've got a little bit of just these hand pieces to make off of the Dyna Striker set. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to show off the combination with Dyna Soldier before we really get into it. So let's pull up my instructions. Let me check something. That sheet has the instructions for those bits. I saw them in one of them. Nope. Option parts. There we go. Oh, something I'm also going to be able to make the dragon, so that's cool. So let me... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'll do all these option parts together. I'll save these for later. I changed my mind. I know I'm flip-flopping. I apologize. Let's just get on to Dyna Diver. We'll build those after. So we do have these bits of the dragon to build still. So Dyna Diver, Dyna Diver, and Dyna Wing. Just doing something here real quick. Zoids. And the More Broad in Japan podcast. All right. on with it. Let me get my components here. Sorry if I'm a little over the place. I'm just a little all over the place. I don't know what to say. It's scatterbrained today for no particular reason. I can't even blame lack of sleep, really, just because it's not that. So one, yeah, okay. Photograph this. In the right place in the box. Sanding sticks should be somewhere. So I think what I'm going to do, by the way, later this, maybe this weekend or over the week or something, I'll do just a painting stream, a deco stream, where I just do some, work on coloring up my kits. Because like I've had a terrible time. I keep saying I'll do it off camera, and I never do it off camera. So I've got kits that need, lots of work. So I'll figure something out. And like that's my thought is like if I just do a dedicated painting stream, that'll incentivize me. So I know nobody really watches my shows here. I get, an average of 1 or 2 viewers. And they're all, just close friends. I've had occasionally people find my stream here. My rewatches on YouTube, my archive videos on YouTube, because I post on the Tumblr, not the Tumblr, the Reddit, the subreddit for Miniplaw, sometimes Facebook. So if you have found me through one of those outlets, thank you for supporting me. Thank you for watching me. However, whenever you're watching this, let's see, I don't tend to get much in the way of many live viewers. I'm not making it as a big-time YouTuber, and that is okay. That is not my goal. My goal is just to build kits and have fun. And have fun building kits. I would not quit my day job for this. Maybe I would. That's a lie. I would quit my day job for this if it actually paid, but it doesn't. I do like my day job. I do tech support. So I tell people to, basically tell people to reboot their computers. But if I could make money doing this, I would. But I suffer no delusions that I'm going to amass a huge audience of millions one day, enough to subsist on YouTube ad revenue or anything like that. And that is totally fine. It's okay to not monetize your hobbies. Make sure I'm not going out of frame here too much. There's frame A, B, then the blacks are C, D, E, and F. Probably shouldn't say the blacks. Phrasing. A great start here. Just lost one of my 3 roaming parts. There it is. I'm trying to figure out what. Oh, those are the fins of Dyna Diver. Okay, that's what they are. So I'm gonna get my frames assembled here. Then I'll take the cursory, the mandatory group shot, and then I will get to building. I'll throw on some background entertainment here. E, F, G, H.
Brandon Law. World, you be interested in doing a short clip for Studio Series 86 Ultra Magnus on what you like about him? I posted about it on bot posting.
Yes, you did tell me that. I am interested. DM me, just kind of what you want me to. I don't know. DM me. I am interested. I just I forgot about it. I definitely agree to it. I'm still interested.
Edward Quinto. I like his size.
And all that stuff. You'll have to remind me that I agreed to do this. And I'll try to do it tomorrow, I guess. If there's just like a tone you want to strike or anything like that, I'll definitely do that. This feels like more pieces than the other ones. Let me take a look here at my the last ones. Let's see. Last Friday. So Striker had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 frames. And like 3 of those have been used, so that's 10. Yeah, this is definitely much more than Striker had. Let me throw that up. Desktop.
Brandon Law. L wish that he had posable middle fingers so he could reenact that frame where he actually sticks up the middle finger. I kiss you not. It was an actual canon frame in official Transformers lore.
I thought that was Cliff Jumper. Or no, that's an older... That must be from IDW. I feel like I've seen that, but that's funny. Where's my... So I don't have Chrome on here. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's because this webcam is on top of Chrome. That's why. And then... Okay, so, real quick, this is a comparison with the Dyna Striker from last week. So as you can see, much more frames here. Let me grab
Brandon
Dyna
Law.
Wing.
There was another one straight out of G1. It is the profile pic on my channel.
I'm afraid I don't know what your channel is. There's Syna Soldier. Where's Dyna Wing? Here we go. Here's Dyna Wing. Oh wow, Wing had very few. So here's Dyna Wing. Very few frames in comparison. This has twice as many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it says twice, almost maybe 3 times as many frames. And then I saw Dyna Soldier up there. Even Soldier didn't have that many. So yeah, this is definitely the most complex of the 4 so far, by a long shot, which is kind of what I expected. Actually, I think I expected Soldier to be a bit more complex in the long run here than he'll wind up being. I mean, it's a fun little dude. But yeah, so of course Wings, Wing just made it's big. It's got big wings, just open big panels. So, and then Striker's job. Where did I put Striker? Where did I put Striker? It's buried. Striker's job was just to be a race car. Well, that's a lie. Its job is to be arms. Oh, speaking of which, I meant to show off the combination with Dyna Soldier. I'll do that after the fact. But yeah, it does de-arms. Alright, putting that off to the side. Let's get into it. And I'm going to throw on some YouTube videos as background entertainment. Feel free to keep chatting to me. I will pause and talk to you if you have something to say. this up here. There. History of
The Zoids
Zoids.
kit line has a rich and fascinating history that spans several decades, captivating the imaginations of both modeling and mecha fans. Originating in Japan, the Zoids line is renowned for its intricate model kits featuring robotic creatures known as Zoids, each with its own unique designs and functionality. The inception of Zoids can be traced back to the early 1980s when Tomy, a Japanese toy company, first introduced the concept. The initial Zoids models weren't models at all, actually, but just simple wind-up toys featuring dinosaur-like robots that were actually called mecha bonicas. The first and only drop contained 3 different releases, including the Garius, Elephantus, and Glidolar. These proved to be a disaster, and the producers quickly dropped the line. Interestingly, these same 3 kits were simultaneously released in Spain under the name Starzeta. With these, however, the original color schemes were changed. Gray parts became silver, and the dark blue caps became bright blue. These early designs laid the foundation for what would later evolve into a highly diverse and sophisticated line of model kits. It wasn't until 2 years later that the legendary Zoids name started to be used, as Tomy would start selling their toy line in the States as well as other parts of Europe in 1982. The release proved to be much more successful than the past releases of Starzeta and Mecha Bonicas, so much so that Tomy would release the toys again under the Zoids name. Later that same year, the first original Zoid would be released with the Power Zoids tank and Serpent. These 2 were only sold in the US and Europe and were never subsequently released in Asia. Radio Shack, which RIP Radio Shack, you will always be remembered, had their very own special release of the Mammoth Zoid at the same time. These 3, as well as a few others, are referred to as the OAR, or Original American Release. In 1983, Tomy decided that with the success of the Zoids line in the US, they would release the kits in Japan under the Zoids name, and it proved to be very successful. They enjoyed a 7-year run from 1983 to 1990, and even developed its own battle story, which was told serially on the back of model boxes. These kits, known as OJR or Original Japan Releases, spawns a number of spin-off releases. The success of the Zoids line prompted Tomy to expand its offerings, introducing new Zoids with different features, sizes, and levels of complexity. Over the years, the line continued to evolve, incorporating advancements in technology and design. So let's just quickly go over some of them. Robo-Structs were released in the US and in Canada by Tomy in 1985 to 86. All the Zoids in this line were original Japan release Zoids, however some versions of the same models retained their original OJR color scheme, whereas other versions of the same model received a distinctive Robo-Structs color scheme.
They fear nothing.
Thus, the Robo-Structs line had 2 different colored releases of several models. Based on their color schemes, the Zoids were divided into 2 factions, the heroic Blue Guardians and the evil Red Mutants. However, there was no accompanying story or media, and due to the lack of marketing and the relatively high prices of the models at the time, Robo-Structs was rather short-lived. Next, in 1988, Tomy launched a subline of the OJR featuring larger-scaled Zoids. The 1/24th line featured Zoids of similar size to existing ones, but scaled for larger pilots. Each kit came with a 3-inch tall action figure of the pilot, but just like the Robo-Structs, the 1/24th Zoids were not a success and were discontinued just a year later. In 1990, Tomy re-released several of the 1/24th scale Zoids in a new line called Zevel. The Zoids were recolored from the OJR versions and came with detailed 3-inch tall action figures of the pilots and crew. The pilot figures were unpainted and on sprues, much like model kits, and had to be assembled. The crew figures also came with accessories of guns and beam sabers. Zevel also featured its own battle story on the back of the boxes that, while similar to the Zoids battle story, it was completely unrelated to it. But much like the 1/24th Zoids before them, Zevel was a commercial failure and was discontinued. Tomy released another line of Zoids in the UK and Europe, with a re-release in Australia and Southeast Asia in 1994. The Zoids 2 line featured very bright color schemes, with all of the Zoids having at least some chromed out parts. The Zoids also had unique stickers with odd swirling designs. The Zoids 2 line did not feature distinctive factions for the Zoids, but did have a backstory loosely based on, but not certainly a continuation of, the UK Zoid comic. Not to be confused, of course, with the Zoids Spider-Man crossover comic that was released back in '86, with the Zoids invading Earth and humanity's last hope being to turn the Zoids against each other.
The dinosaurs may be dead, but Zoids 2, they're alive and kicking.
Zoids 2, however, was eventually discontinued. Later, Kenner, an American toy company that has since merged with Hasbro, then acquired the rights to release Zoids in North America, releasing the Techno-Zoids line in 1995 to 1996. The Zoids in this line were all recolors of earlier Zoids releases in the OJR, although some were directly imported from the Zoids 2 line. There were no distinct factions for the Zoids, and no backstory was given. The Techno-Zoids line was seen as a failure and was discontinued after 1 year, leaving a number of planned kits unreleased. So at this point, I know what you're probably wondering. How and why did they continue to make these if they didn't sell? Well, Zoids seemed like a failure at every turn, except for the original Japan and American releases. But while the kits were not selling to Tommy's liking, the related media was actually doing quite well. Zoids Chaotic Century was the first of many animes to be released in 1999, came out to good reviews, which warranted a second show, Zoids New Century, to be released just 2 years later. That's why in 1999, Tommy teamed up with Hasbro to release its newest line, the New Japan release, or NJR for short. Initially, the line consisted of recolored re-releases of older Zoids, but Tommy quickly began producing new Zoid designs. The Zoids were divided into Helic and Gylos factions, with the Xenobos Empire returning later. The OJR battle story was continued on for the NJR boxes, with the Zoids anime and manga drawing on alternate versions of the new battle story events. This coincided with the US release as well in 2001, which proved to be initially successful, mostly in part to the TV show New Century, which was the first Zoid show to be translated and broadcast in the US. But after some time, it was eventually canned in 2004 due to poor sales. This left 33 unreleased Zoids that were then quietly released in the UK and Australia. The Hail Mary failed here, and Tommy didn't exactly know what to do with the brand. Do they take one final shot at what they had been doing for over 20 years, or do they go back to the drawing board and come up with something completely different? Well, you could probably guess what they did, and I will tell you what they did right after this short commercial break.
This video is sponsored by Mecha Warehouse, your #1 shop for all your mecha modeling needs, including some of the Zoids you'll see in this video coming up. Now back to Ethan.
In late 2006, after a couple more failed attempts, Tommy decided to team up with Kotobukiya to produce high-quality, high-detailed, and fully posable model kits. This would be known as the High-End Master Models, or HMM for short, with the first release of this being the RPZ-03 Shield Liger. With this series, you can expect fully posable model kits with tons of movable gimmicks and a high number of parts. The older motorized kits tended to average around 60 to 100 parts. By comparison, many HMMs range from 400 to 550 parts.
I'm a little confused
also
here.
featured gorgeous custom-drawn box art, mostly by Mercy Rabbit, and each kit reimagines its battle story lore and offers unique details about the specific Zoid. The cockpit hatch in the head opens and closes, and a general pilot figure is included for boarding. The Zoid's core, built into the fuselage, can also be removed. The AMD 2-barrel beam gun on the back has movable parts that allow for it to be deployed and retracted. There's a 3mm diameter hole in part of the Anti-Zoid's 3-barrel shot cannon, so it's compatible with flying bases. The canopy and other clear parts are molded in clear orange and clear colors, which can be painted with a clear color of your choice. Decals with various emblems and caution markings are also included and can be attached as desired for a precise finish. Following the first HMM, the Shield Liger, the Command Wolf was next. Like the Shield Liger, it's a Zoid used for high-speed combat. Although it's less powerful than the Shield Liger, it's highly productive and acted as the de facto flagship Zoid of the high-speed unit. By collecting the previously released Shield Liger, you can actually reproduce the Republican Army high-speed combat force. The line released to widespread pleasure with the sales.
Very confusing how this is supposed to fit
because
together.
Koto
Did I get the
and
right
Tommy were
pieces?
quick to add to the collection of Zoids, with the HMM-003 Blade Liger being the third release in November of 2007. This line of HMMs would continue on into today, with it becoming the longest-running model series in the Zoids line, totaling over 55 kits, as well as some other special limited releases. Without a doubt, this is the line that saved the Zoids model franchise. Now, a lot of people say that this team-up was a direct response to what Bandai was doing with the Gunpla market. At the time, Gunpla was booming, showing that more complex, higher piece count models would excel to the general public. Gojiyama, who works as the on-site director for the HM series, said that
I fucked up again.
my
Okay, I
generation
see.
was around the Strike generation.
This goes
Boom.
here.
I was baptized into Gunpla and real robot animation when I was in junior high school.
Okay.
It was a time when all the junior high school boys went to the model shops on the weekends to buy Gunpla, and I was crazy about real robots that were expressed in a way that depended on scale models. I knew about Zoids, which had been on the market since 1983, and was interested in them.
C5,
But since the toy
G8,
section was for
G10.
children, we made the conscious decision to aim for something a little higher. But I still couldn't resist, so I ended up buying a Guyzak and Cannon Tortoise. He goes on to say that the Gunpla boom influenced his decision on the designs, specifically the Blade Liger, which he was in charge of. He also spoke about how the change from child-centric toys to adult model kits made a big change in sales of Zoids, stating that in 2001 to 2003, the world was in the midst of a fully fledged trend of adults buying toys. And after the action figure and Shukogen boom, toys started arriving into convenience stores. This started the discussion that Zoids shouldn't only be toys for children, but that there should also be products with a high-grade design sense and modeling that were more suitable for adults. And this was the beginning of the HMN Zoids project for Tommy. Now, the decision to make models and not toys was a big one, but why did Tommy choose Kotobukiya? Well, the answer was actually pretty obvious. Essentially, Bandai was doing their thing with Gundam, but Koto was also chipping away at the real robot boom with the release of Super Robot Wars and Armored Core kits. Koto was looking for a third pillar to base their company around, so when Tommy asked if they would be interested in Zoids, they jumped at the opportunity. Zoids continued to be successful in this new endeavor with Kotobukiya, so much so that for the 40th anniversary, they released 7 different kits to celebrate the accomplishments, including redesigns and evolutions of the Blade Liger, Liger Zero, Masarume Liger, Shield Liger, and Saber Tiger being released. There are still 2 more 40th anniversary kits to be released, however, with the Liger Zero Phoenix just being announced for pre-order, and the Death Sour just got its announcement video back in January of this year, and it looks crazy. They also recently announced a new collab with Monster Hunter,
Is a
which,
Death
for those
Soar
of you
coming?
that
Oh
don't
fuck,
know,
my wallet.
is a very popular fantasy video game with multiple releases. The Zoids line continues to thrive with an extensive catalog of models representing a wide array of robotic creatures. The community of Zoids enthusiasts has grown globally, with fans showcasing their creativity through custom paint jobs, modifications, and dioramas. The enduring legacy of the Zoids kit line is a testament to the timeless appeal of combining model building creativity and the love of mecha aesthetics. In conclusion, the history of the Zoids kit line is a journey marked by innovation, evolution, and a passionate community. From its humble beginnings as wind-up toys to the modern, sophisticated model kits from the HMN line, Zoids has left an indelible mark on the world of mecha modeling, captivating the hearts and minds of enthusiasts for generations. Thank you so much for watching this video. It took a very long time to make, so if you enjoyed, please like, comment, maybe even think about subscribing, so I can keep on making these video deep dives for you. And that's it from me. I will see you in the next video.
Let's see what the result on the HasLab is today. 154.38.
Before we begin, thank you very much to Tank942 for joining the Patreon campaign. 942 is a lot of tanks. What did you do with the 941 before you? You know what? I probably don't need to know. It's usually classified. Don't need to know. But thank you very much for the contribution. Thank you very much for helping to keep the channel going and the daily content coming. And speaking of, so like I said, I wanted to wait a little bit, because whenever leaks happen, it is usually a slow trickle. I'm not even sure if it is done yet, but if I don't start talking about this stuff, it becomes old news. So let's actually go into a little bit of a roundup of a whole bunch of the leaks that have been dropping this week outside of the Studio Series stuff that we've already discussed. So, as you can see from just the front image here, we've got quite a mix. A lot of this is Legacy United Wave 5. So we're actually showing like a little bit of the tail end of the current line. Kind of cool. But there's also going to be a lot of package refreshes in here. We're going to get a little bit into the Mayhem set that is going to be the next Amazon capsule.
Did I get the wrong?
And a little bit of late Studio Series editions. So we're going to begin with the package refreshes again. The first one is Ramjet. So just like having Dirge along with, as a singular release in Legacy, we are getting the other half of the rare the rare Amazon 2-pack. Ramjet looking fine. Like, keep in mind, there's no photos of any of these. I'm just using stock examples. This is the toy we're going to get. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they do the exact same upgrade they did with Dirge and make sure that the wings are now molded rather than painted. So that's about the only guess of change it's going to be. Otherwise, it's going to look exactly like the one you got from Amazon if you were lucky enough to get your hands on that 2-pack. So unless you're just really hung up on painted wings, no real reason to buy it again. But it's great to be able to offer something that many people had a hard time getting. That's actually good on Hasbro to make sure that gets out to collectors again. Speaking of, Cosmos is going to be released in United. So this is going to make a lot of people happy. Hasbro dropped the ball when it came to putting Cosmos in the Velocitron line. Number one, didn't make a lot of sense. It's race themed. However, it was also one per box. It's one per case on a brand new mold and as a legacy character. So kind of shocking. Kind of shocking they were that short-sighted. But he will be available as part of Wave 5 of United. Great call on Hasbro's part. No surprise that it's happening. My only concern here is that it's going to be a last wave, which means getting it in stores is probably going to be difficult. You might want to have to turn to online pre-order in order to make sure you get your hands on
they
this
talked about
one.
on the blog. Okay.
Just in case, because odds are, if you do see it in a store, it's probably still going to be high demand. It's probably still going to sell out quickly. And if you see it online up for pre-order somewhere like Entertainment Earth, where you can go visit in the link below and get 10% off your orders that are in stock.
B2.
You could do that.
Okay, a lot of stuff going on here.
But make sure you get it in early just in case, because this one might vanish again. Likewise, Galaxy Shuttle. I was kind of shocked. Like, when something based on a character this obscure gets a figure, it's already surprising to me. But I was even more surprised to find out that it was going to get a reissue in United. Now it's a mainline toy, which is weird, especially because it's a mainline leader that's super obscure. Typically that doesn't handle well at retail, but obviously a lot of people were after that figure, so no surprise that Hasbro would actually try to get it out there for everybody. And again, late run United, so potentially limited in range, potentially limited in stock, so it might still end up being just like stupidly rare and hard to get. Hard to tell right now, but at least there's going to be more out there. At least it's gonna get out again. And then another one that was there and gone as far as being available at retail, Tarn. I just had someone tell me how much Tarn is going for in box, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting to think about how expensive Tarn suddenly got. So good on Hasbro for running this one again. I need to get in touch with some friends of mine who are looking at literally dropping 3 digits, $150 odd to get a Tarn. I'm like, ease, calm down. Here's Tarn, just coming out at the end of the year. Just wait 9 months, you'll be able to just buy a Tarn again. So cool on Hasbro. They're making the right choices here. All right. let's take a look at the Mayhem line. So this is loosely based on the Mayhem Attack Squad from the Marvel Comics run. It's the Decepticons' answer to the Wreckers. Hasbro is deciding to release these in 2 packs on Amazon, so similar to how they did the Wreckers line. And we were only getting 3 boxes this time, 2 deluxe 2-packs and 1 with a Voyager. And we've heard about that one before, but we might as well run through all of it now we know the entire capsule line. So the first 2-pack is Deluxe Insecticons, which starts with Chop Shop. Now, I actually really like Chop Shop. I like him better than Shrapnel, mostly just because, different. He's a little bit different. But no, it's a cool idea. So obviously he's going to be a heavy retool of Shrapnel, new chest, new pincers, but you're not going to make a brand new Stag Beetle mold when you've already got a Stag Beetle in existence. So similar to Ransack, it's just going to be a retool of a current Insecticon, which is fine. It's absolutely fine. I'm looking forward to getting a look at that because it could look good. Now, they did that with the Legends Shrapnel, turning him into Chop Shop, and I thought it actually looked pretty good. I thought it was actually a pretty good use, and this time they probably had that remold in mind from the start, so wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if this one came out really, really nice. We're also getting Barrage. This one is fun again because, again, you can tell it's going to be a retool Bombshell. No shock there whatsoever. Again, Rhino Beetle. Not too much of a leap in logic. This one might be a little bit different to do because this one's like the shell does not become the lower legs on Barrage. But we do know that they do make exceptions a lot of the times in this engineering.
A3.
Ransack did not really follow exactly how the original Ransack went color distribution-wise. So it's probably going to work within the mold. I'm kind of expecting dark green lower legs, which wouldn't look too bad. It still looks fine, I think. Again, don't expect too much. I do think it's cool that they're getting more of those deluxe Insecticons out, so Ransack isn't just a one-off. It is going to be annoying to complete your deluxe Insecticons, though, because, one, you have to go between a Target-exclusive multi-pack and now a 2-pack from Amazon, but also, we don't know where Venom is. Hasbro is all about completing the sets. I'm not entirely sure how they release Venom, because it's the one that does not have an equivalent in the standard Insecticons. We might be looking at a brand new mold. We might be looking at crazy retooling of some existing mold in order to make it work. Wouldn't put it past Hasbro, but we will see. The next 2-pack is weird. It's quite weird. So for starters, it's Windsweeper. This is a Trigger Con. This is like from the age of like, okay, Transformers barely surviving. Let's just throw gimmicks at the wall and see what works. And Trigger Cons were a thing they came up with. So basically, gigantic chrome weapons flipped out from these characters. In his case, arms. Now, just looking at how the robot is laid out, just looking at the overall design, it's a Needle Nose retool. I don't think there's any mystery that it's going to be a retool of Needle Nose at this point. The only question here is how do they handle the whole Trigger Con aspect? Do they actually give him 2 brand new big weapons to clip on in 5mm port on? They're not going to flip out because that's destroy the arm articulation. I'm hoping they go that route and they don't just like cover the 2 Target Masters in silver and call it a day. I'm hoping for just 2 different replacement, big cannon accessories. I think that's the route to go. I think that's what they're going to end up doing, because just to randomly give him a couple of Target Masters. Now, that one's pretty easy. That one's pretty obvious. There's nothing terribly weird about that outside of, Windsweeper is a character who did literally nothing in this franchise, and now it's getting a new exclusive toy. But I guess that's how low we are on Generation 1 toys that have not gotten redos yet. That we are resorting to Windsweeper. Here's the weird one. Knockout is in the listing. Now, Generation 1 did have a character named Knockout, but he was half of one of those combining Micromasters. So most likely not going to be them. So that just kind of like leaves you scratching your head. What are they doing with Knockout? Why Knockout? How Knockout? I think that's the better question. How is a Knockout happening? Because we just got one in Legacy. It's not a great one because it's a retool of Jazz. But that Jazz mold is still going to be busy. Like, it's getting a packaging refresh. So I can't imagine them actually digging it out for another retooling. So now I'm just kind of like sitting wondering, like, is it going to be closer to, like, Prime? You know, are they going to, like, switch it out for a figure with a flat chest that they can design into the character? Weird one. Like, that's the one where we literally have no idea. We have no basis for exactly which mold that's going to be, or even which iteration of Knockout, because there are more than one. It's just there's one prevalent one, so we're betting it's him. We just don't know how it's going to get delivered is all. So that's the weird 2-pack. The last one is the one we've already heard about. We discussed it in a previous rumor video. So Ruckus is getting a brand new toy. No shock here that it's going to be a retool of Beachcomber. There's nothing official about that. Nothing's been stated. There's no proof of that. But look at him. What else are you going to do? What else are you going to do? Like, it's straight up. It just looks like it's going to be Beachcomber's mold. So no real shock there. No real surprise. And that's not a bad mold. Simple, but not a bad mold. So it would not be a bad call to just retool it into Ruckus. Not too difficult. But Bludgeon again. And it is Voyager Bludgeon. And again, they just did one as a Tarn retool. I'm not entirely sure what you do outside of maybe more Marvel color and maybe a closed mouth head. No, this one is the weird one. Again, this is another weird one in this multi-pack. Because Bludgeon's a top character, okay? So Bludgeon's a popular, like, fandom character. So no surprise he would be included. And he is part of previous Mayhem Attack Squad, so makes sense to include him as, like, the big character of the batch. Which is it gonna, like, what are you gonna do differently? What on earth are you going to do differently? I'm legitimately trying to figure it out in my head, and nothing is really clicking. Okay, so we got a lot to discuss. We got a lot to wait on and think about. A lot of speculation that we can do with that set of figures. There is a whole new set of figures on the way, however. Well, I say that. Again, a lot of this is United Wave 5, tail end of the line. And when I always say Wave 5, usually that's based on the Deluxe Wave. Of course, leaders don't get as many toys as the Deluxe class, but still all late run stuff. So we're going to go through it. We're going to go through the ones that are announced, listed, leaked. And it starts with a core class Dinobot. That one's interesting. So we've seen core class Raptors before. We have Slash for the Dinobots, for instance. So we know they can make a Raptor at that size, but Dinobot requires some particular design work that I definitely feel the core class is not going to capture perfectly. It might make for a nice little desktop-sized, Dinobot, but don't expect total show accuracy. Don't expect it to be completely, like, logical in how it's designed. It's just going to look like a very simple Dinobot that it's easy enough to sit on your desk and just be a nice little fiddle figure. Don't expect anything crazy, right? You know, we've gotten Dinobots that do impossible things. Let's be happy with those, and we'll just have this little tiny one just sitting by. Maybe his sword will actually be the proper color. Stop making them pink. So that one's fun to see. And you'll notice, like, core is, like, I don't know, like, it feels like core is, like, kind of drying up a little bit, because, like, we've only got one listing through all of this that's core class. You know, so, and I feel like there's plenty of characters for it, even if all you're doing is just running through, like, legacy characters at small, like, pocket scale size. Still weird. Still kind of weird. Here's one that we knew was happening, because how could it not happen? An Armada Wheeljack is actually in the listings. They already did the retooling work, not only for the head, but the chest of Sideswipe in order to actually make this figure happen. in shattered glass form. So there really wasn't any way they weren't going to do Armada sides or Armada Wheeljack out of the Sideswipe mold again. Knowing what Hasbro's doing these days with their releases, expect cartoon accuracy, which is closer to Rampage here, the Japanese version. And then potentially a toy accurate one later on, though to be honest, that mold's been around a long time. Keep in mind, that was a Warford Cybertron Siege mold. And it has survived through the entirety of 2 trilogies now. That's 6 years this toy has been in production. I will be shocked if this thing is not mold degraded by now. Like, I hope when they did the Shattered Glass, they, like, did completely new tooling from, like, the mother mold and, like, refreshed it completely. Because I get the feeling there's even more they could do with it if they really wanted to. So, yeah. I'm expecting this to be the last Sideswipe remold. It has to be, right? It has to be at this point. Let's see. Who else is in the listing? We've got... I'm sorry. Like, I'm double checking a few things just to make sure that I got it all out because it's a lot, and I want to make sure I got these listings right. Okay, so deluxe class size, and this is what's throwing me off about this. Sure Shot. Okay. A year 4 Target Master. All right, so that's an area that has gotten very little coverage, very little attention. We do have a Crosshairs, but it was a very poorly done Crosshairs in my opinion because it's retooled from an Ironhide. It doesn't really capture the like futuristic car he's supposed to be. But this one's going to be interesting as well. I mean, it's Dune Buggy, but it's definitely not one that can be redone from Beachcomber, so they're going to have to figure out either a brand new mold or figure out a... Here's the thing, like, the character itself is so obscure. Like, I want to say, like, even in Rebirth, I don't remember him doing anything. I don't remember him doing anything in Rebirth. I don't even remember him appearing outside of the intro. Which would put him in the line with, like, Flywheels as far as cartoon coverage. So this one could be anything. Like, I don't see a mold that would work for him without without extreme retooling. I really feel like it would be a brand new figure. I feel like it would have to be. I don't see another way around it. But it's just a weird one to do a new figure out of. But what else are you going to do? Okay, I'm getting hung up on this. Let's talk a couple more repaints that are going to be on the way. So, you know how all these capsule lines have been throwing in a few Generation 2 Stunticons here and there? Toxitron had Dead End, Velocitron had Shadow Strip. Still a missed opportunity. No, Legacy United is just going to do Breakdown. Like, they're just straight up going to do G2 Breakdown at retail. Like, the most legendary, because this is the one that you could get if you were at the right BotCon. This was the one you could actually obtain and own. So even if you bought one secondhand afterwards, it's still, like, crazy valuable. So congratulations. This one is going to be fun. Again, late wave makes me concerned. It might make this one just as hard to come by as any of the previous ones. We will see. Wait and see. But it's kind of cool. That the original BotCon exclusive character is actually now up to the point where he can be a retail release. And I'm glad they're not sneaking him in. I feel like they could have snuck him into Mayhem. Or, whatever the Star Seeker line is going to be. Opted not to do that. So thank you very much, Hasbro. At least he's trying to get out there. And ironically, if they don't re-release the other ones, kind of ironic that this ends up being the most common out of the 5 again. Let's look at the leader class, and this one kind of surprised me. An Overcharge is listed. So Overcharge is going back to Diaclone Color Blitzwing. Unfortunately, one of the ones I didn't cover in my Diaclone video, because I totally forgot that he had a Diaclone repaint. Or that he was originally from Diaclone. Point being, Overcharge is Blitzwing done in real-world colors. Off-white for the Jet, so he looks very Leader 1 in Jet mode. And then in the tank mode, not like normal Army green. Yeah, Overcharge is essentially like a mass-produced Transformer from the Quints, so for anyone who's just willing to buy them. He ends up on just about any faction, because he's not like an autonomous robot. The backstory's weird. The backstory's super weird. I'm actually surprised this is happening, given that Blitzwing ended up being a shelf warmer because they did a package refresh of him. And now we're actually going to get a repaint of that one. Now, it makes sense, because there's only one thing you could really repaint Blitzwing into, you know, unless you're manic and do, like, the red and brown one that the reissue did. Weird, still. But it's kind of cool, because it is a neat color scheme. It's a neat idea to turn Blitzwing into more realistic coloring for his vehicle modes. Looking forward to it. It's probably also like one of the more expensive troop builders at $55 a pop, so that's fun. Now, it's getting late in the video, but we have 2 more to do, and these are leftover Studio Series listings that got announced later on. And judging by the discourse around it, I think that was the smart idea for the news posters at TFW. 86 Galvatron. Now, it's leader class again, which makes everyone wonder if it's just going to be another rerun of the Kingdom figure. We don't know right now. It's not listed as a package refresh, but also this was released as recently as Legacy. And it's kind of weird to think that they would be doing another Galvatron of all characters relatively, like, only like 2 years out from the last time the character was released. And honestly, if you could get the Legacy version that didn't have the dumb battle damage and had the correct shoulders, that's actually a really decent Galvatron. So outside of, you know, maybe more movie accurate tints to its colors and, you know, a few design changes here and there, but that just seems like it'd take basic retooling to do. I genuinely don't know what you would do with a new Galvatron. I don't know why we would need one outside of, like, if yours is yellowed. Point being, there's nothing but speculation about this one because it really just could be anything. We have no idea what this one's actually going to end up being. We just know it's going to be in the 86 line, so it's G1 Galvatron, but right now, actually seems like a new mold, which is weird.
It wouldn't dare.
And then there was the big one. Then there was the big one that got a lot of people fired up. An 86 Megatron. And this makes total sense with 86 Optimus Prime being in the listings right now. So, not a terrible surprise, right? So, as far as, like, just the overall design, like, the overall idea of it goes, like, it's going to be a tank. Don't get fired up like they're finally going to do him as a gun. Like, Hasbro stated multiple times, it's impossible. No matter what you see in the toy shelf, no matter what you see at Walmart, I get this every single time this Megatron toys come up. If Hasbro says they can't do it, they're not going to do it, and it can't be done. Okay? And let's leave it at that. Because don't you think they would want to make the most money ever and do a new gun Megatron? Because that's what would happen. And right now, Hasbro needs a moneymaker. So let's just admit that, yeah, he's never going to be a gun again. Let's just leave it at that. It's going to be a tank. The question is it just going to be a cleaner tank than the Earthrise one? And it has to be, right? It has to be a nicer tank than that. You know, something that works into his body type more. Something that doesn't leave him with such a gigantic backpack of dumb parts. It's entirely possible. I mean, that Siege Megatron was okay, but it felt like they really could have designed it better. You know, so his giant dumb backpack wasn't there. You know, and then the Earthrise was just kind of a leftover on that. Plenty of ways to go on this one. Plenty of ways to go around this one. There's so much room for improvement on previous tank Megatrons. Just really curious, because it's the 86 Megatron who was shown in gun mode on screen. What do you do? What do you do? Outside of here's what's going to happen. This is a new mold. They aren't just going to run the Earthrise one again. Don't worry about that. What you're going to end up getting is a gun mode Megatron accessory packed in with this that all of your Decepticons in your 86 line or your Generations line can hold. That's probably what it's going to come down to. just to split the difference. Beyond that, oh, this one could be interesting. So there you go. That is our complete up-to-date listings. Those are all of the rumors and all of the computer listings that kind of let us know what's going on and what's about to come out. Keep it civil in the comments section, because there's a couple in here that I know are going to fire people up. Just remember, it's a toy line. We're here to have fun. Feel free to speculate, but don't start any kind of ruckus. I didn't mean to make that pun because we talked about ruckus today. Now I'm ashamed of myself. I need to end this video. Thank you for watching. I will see you next time.
You have to take the good with the bad with Japan. I love it here, but I'm abundantly, I realise that it's not perfect. There's lots of things Japan could work on.
Wow.
Hello and welcome to the Abroad in Japan podcast. Probably the best way of learning about life in Japan without actually being in Japan. I'm your host Chris Broad, and we're joined as always by England's top Japan enthusiast, Mr. Pete
I
Dawson.
don't know the sushi with me, do I?
Pete, how the devil are you doing?
I'm good, Chris. I have just turned on the lights to record this show, and I've just realised that I bought very cheap glasses. I broke my glasses
God, the entire
when
underside is
walking into a wall
red.
Recently, and I grabbed my prescription from the opticians, and I said, you know what, I'm not going to spend 250 quid on new glasses, because that's how expensive they are, because it's a massive monopolistic racket here in the UK. And pretty much everywhere in the world, to be honest. There's like one company that does spectacles, and they've got us all by the danglies. And I just went online, spectacles.com, and I went online and just bought some for 50 quid. And they're good, and they're cheap, and they're fine. But I've just realised I didn't plump for the extra kind of photosensitive coating. So I'm just noticing that on the YouTube you'll be able to see very reflective.
Like the man that wears them.
Like very reflective man, just constantly music. So you probably can't see my pupil, so apologies. You can't see my beautiful brown eyes, dirty old brown eyes.
I remember when I used to work as a teacher, I worked with a Canadian guy, nice guy, big, deep, booming voice. Before he became an ALT, he used to be in glasses in like Toronto, in an optician.
Oh right.
And he was like, do you know all glasses companies are owned by one company? And it was like the most underwhelming conspiracy-esque
Fact
story ever.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's true though, they are. I can't ever remember the name of the company, but there's like one fucking
I think it's
glasses
Italian.
company.
I want to say it's an Italian company, but I think that every single brand is owned by them, which is absolutely amazing, really. It is a big conspiracy.
Those
But,
clever Italians. Ferrero Rocher
Chris-
glasses. The Italian's gift to the world.
Do they make Ferrero Rocher? Ferrero Rocher sounds like a French product.
It's definitely Italian.
Is it?
Definitely.
Oh.
Come on. Yes,
Yeah,
it
with the
is. It
Italian,
is.
Is it?
Take
Okay,
that,
right.
Pete.
Okay, I can hear you tapping away. You get that off the top of your dome piece, did you? Chris, I am proud to announce that my car is on my father-in-law's driveway.
Wow.
Finally, after
You drive it?
all that time, I've positioned it onto his driveway. That's it.
With a crane.
That's all I've done. Yeah, that's all I've done. I've banged it onto the driveway, and so it runs. I just need to do a few things to it to get it through its MOT. First things first, make it smell less of fags. It absolutely stinks of tabs. Cigarette smell, and we spoke about the thing that you always forget about Japan is that everything smells of cigarettes. Good God, this car smells of cigarettes, Chris.
It was previously a taxi, right? Previously.
I don't think. I mean, it was probably a chauffeur's car, I suppose. It's in surprisingly good nick. I think. I was expecting an absolute junker, but from the outside, the paintwork looks absolutely cracking. There's only a couple of things that need doing to it. I think there's a suspicious message on the dashboard that I won't go into now, but I'll diagnose that at some later date and figure it out. But I think we'll get through the MOT. But it's going to take another 2 months to get through, I think. But it's all early indications is it'll get there, I think. but it's just nice to actually be in it. It's actually nice to be kind of doing stuff like replacing the battery myself and replacing the windscreen wipers and all that stuff. It's exciting.
Pete the Handyman. It's like Top Gun, where he gets to play around with his own jet, except it's not a jet, it's a ragged car from the 90s.
Ragged old car from the 90s.
Pro tip, when you're in Japan, right, don't ever get in the old-looking, crappy Toyota taxis, because they do smell like atrocious, like an atrocity. It's like sweat and cigarettes and shit, and it's
That's
awful.
what it's all about, though.
No.
The Toyota Crown Comforts. They're absolutely cracking. The older the better, I say. And what I like, different areas have different kind of decals and designs and stuff like that. Every little town, all the taxis will be black, or all the taxis will be that beautiful kind of Tokyo off cream yellow beige sort of colour. Oh, I bloody love it. I love Japanese taxis. They're cracking.
I mean, if you're ever going to ride one, get in one of the big, new London black cab looking ones. They're a lot more spacious, they smell nice, they don't smell like the 1980s, and you'll have a much better. I always feel sick when I'm in the back of one of the old ones, because first of all, they're really cramped, the seat is like in your face, and that helps you smell the cigarettes and sweat. And often the taxi drivers, you know, they're smoking, and then they sort of pull over in between jobs, they smoke away, chuck it, and that's why the car smells like Natsuki's ashtray. But yeah, I would get the nice big black cabs, and you will have a much more pleasant journey through Japan. But they are bloody expensive. But I actually went and saw the. I'm not really a monster film person, but I went and saw Godzilla -1. Godzilla -1. I don't know. I don't like the name. It sounds awful, but it's actually really good. Have you seen it? Have you seen this Godzilla film -1?
No, I mean, there's been a couple of sort of recent Godzilla films that have been reviewed incredibly well. Didn't Charlotte work on one at one point?
She did. She worked on Shin Godzilla, the new Godzilla. Well, Shin means new.
Yeah, critically acclaimed Shin Godzilla.
She helped the actresses practice their English. There was an actress called, I think, Satomi Ishihara, really big, famous, you know, one of the biggest celebrities in Japan. And Charlotte had the unfortunate, difficult job of trying to teach her to speak English. She spoke no English, right? And some producer on Shin Godzilla was like, I know what we need. Let's get, you know, the hottest talent in Japan and make her into this American character, right? Make her into this American character. And nobody went, wait a minute though, can she speak English? And then
let's get Canadian in.
Well,
you taught her French, you idiot.
Her English isn't so good. It's sort of, there was a lot of criticism, I think, when it came out. Like, it just sounded off. They should have just not done that. Just have.
Oh, I mean, like, but you're not teaching. Charlotte wasn't teaching her English. She was teaching her like phonetic kind of pronunciation, I suppose, isn't it? Which is a completely different thing. It's like there was
that's one side done. Halfway there.
Italian song from the 80s.
It's got this little gimmick here. You unplug that, and the guns go.
Of English, and it sounds amazingly strange.
It's really good. Yeah.
It sound even to English tongue. It sounds.
Let's
like
do it all
it's
again.
English, but it's just not quite. I do find that sort of thing fascinating.
Yeah, if you type in like nonsensical Italian English music video, you'll see what Pete's on about. But it's
an
really
absolute
good.
banger as well. Like, what a song!
It's better than Too Much Volcano. And it hasn't even got worse.
It is.
Honestly. But yeah, no, I recommend Godzilla. They did a really good job. The special effect, I don't really get. I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, the special effects were amazing. It needs to have a good story. It still had an alright story, but the special effects were genuinely pretty good. And I don't typically associate Japanese films with decent visual effects just because they lack the budget normally to have it. But apparently there's a small team of folks working on it, and they did an amazing job. And it's the first film where Godzilla's actually kind of scary, because in the sort of Western recent ones, he's just a big walking dinosaur, and you don't really care. It's just like, Whereas this one, he's genuinely terrifying and quite villainous, and I like that. I like that he's not some sort of, he's not a metaphor for like atomic warfare. He's just an angry fucking dinosaur. He wants to kill people, and that makes it fairly compelling.
He is a metaphor for atomic warfare.
Yeah, recommend it. Check it out. It's pretty good.
Jesus Christ, Chris.
I watched a film with who's the fellow who was in.
Is more so a metaphor for the bombing of Japan in this one than usual.
Sherlock Holmes stuff. also in Fleabag as well. He played the vicar. Irish bloke, Andrew something or
Andrew
other.
Scott. Yeah.
Andrew Scott. He's in a new film. I'm typing it in. All of Us Strangers. A film about loss mainly, I think. Loss and history and your formative years, and good fucking like most of my favourite films, like Eternal Sunshine and Virgin Suicides and Noi the Albinoi. They're all about like loss, and they're all sad, and they're not depressing, but they're sad and they're beautiful. And this film is about as sad and as beautiful as it gets. Highly recommended. All of Us Strangers. I think it's on. It will be on Netflix soon enough. But I mean, yeah, it's really really sad. Very London, but very sad. I recommend it.
But is it as good as a dinosaur smashing up Ginza in Tokyo? You bet it's
I think that would have been. I think in the third act, I think if the whole thing had turned into kind of like a Cloverfield rape, you know, like Cloverfield, like you know when they sort of don't have, they can't get a film made, they just slap the word Cloverfield Lane or something into it, and it becomes that.
They do. To be fair, are we getting into film? This is just turning to film chat, but like
Film chat.
Film chat. 10 Cloverfield Lane, really really good film where it's set in a bunker with John Goodman as the most villainous man. Really good film, actually. Really good. And the original Cloverfield was good. And then they had the Cloverfield
people had a lot of buzz to it, didn't it? Yeah, had a lot of buzz
the
to
last
it.
one
But yeah,
ruined it.
whenever they can't get film made, they just put Cloverfield on it, and that's kind of like a weird franchise now. Very strange.
Natsuki Movie 2 Cloverfield edition.
Yes, get Natsuki the film made with Cloverfield. Lovely.
A threadbare plot with this big fucking dinosaur rolling around North Japan. We got a story this week from Crystal, who says, "Hello, Chris and Pete. My other half and I have been watching Abroad in Japan for quite a few years now, taking your recommendations and planning our eventual trip. Thanks for all that you do. We finally have a story to share, as we got to fly out at the end of August last year doing the Golden Route, one day and one night in lovely Nikko, which I think I was the most excited to see. On our fourth day, just before going to Nikko, we decided to experience the delights of Golden Gai in Shinjuku and see if Tokyo's nightlife held up to its amazing reputation. We started the night well, hopping from one bar to the next, opting for the quieter bars to try and meet the locals and practice our limited Japanese. Every single bar had the kindest people, each offering us snacks and giving us long stories of their lives in Japanese. We even got to try some of the infamous fugu fish in one of the cat-themed bars. There's a cat-themed bar in Golden Gai, my God. However, unbeknownst to me, the entire evening, my sneaky partner was telling our new drinking friends that he was planning to pop the question the next day in Nikko. Oh my God. Every time I came back from the bathroom, I would come back to a bar of shots and drinks from the very generous locals. And knowing it's very rude to turn down a gift, I felt like I had to drink them all. Skipping forward to the next morning, I had the worst hangover in my entire life. I felt so bad for my boyfriend. Imagine sitting on the train in a beautiful countryside, ring in your pocket, all excited to see a pale, very tired girlfriend trying desperately not to throw up. Thankfully, when we got to Nikko and I ate a huge bowl of rice, I felt more human. Everything worked out, but the celebratory champagne was left untouched that evening. So I guess in this long story, I'd like to ask, is it impolite to turn down gifts of alcohol in Japan? Have you ever overindulged on a night out similar to me? Thank you so much, guys. Crystal, congratulations, Crystal. It sounds like it was a very painful and unpleasant proposal. We're glad it worked out in the end. That's cool,
Was he
though.
just getting her drunk enough to accept the actual proposal?
She must have come out from the toilet every time, been like, wait a minute, why is the bar erupted into rapturous applause?
Why is everyone high-fiving?
I don't. It's not like, you know, it's not rude to turn down a drink. I think it just kills the mood. Like yeah, depends on the mood. And,
Throw it over your shoulder.
Yeah. Pour it into a bowl of rice nearby or something. I don't know. I would, just. Sometimes I just go along with it. Sometimes I don't. But don't worry about it. Never worry about being rude by turning down alcohol. I'm trying to not drink as much this year, and it's generally going well so far. Generally going well. Generally going well. I've had to turn down a bit of alcohol, but don't worry about it. But we got a story this week about foreigners in Japan, or rather, no foreigners in Japan. This is a weird story. What's going on, Pete? Tell us about what's going on. Why is there no foreigners in rural Japan?
Christopher. Well, apparently, well, this is the title of the story anyway. Most Japanese outside major urban areas say they do not engage with foreign nationals. A recent survey has shown that Japanese people who reside outside the country's major cities do not regularly interact with the foreign nationals who live in their communities. The online survey by a research institute at Taisho University was conducted from October to November on Japanese residents in 59 cities, towns and villages across the country where foreign nationals account for 5% or more of the population. It did not include the 23 wards in central Tokyo nor the country's 20 designated major cities. Of the 1,000 people who gave valid responses, 83% said they do not have regular exchanges with the foreign nationals who live alongside them. And those who do said that their colleagues, their colleagues are non-Japanese people, and some people say that they're sort of neighbours, and only 21% of that collection of people said that they have foreign friends. Asked whether they want a higher percentage of foreign nationals in their community, half of them said they do not, citing concerns about increased friction or deterioration of the social order. Hard to not to agree with that one. Japan has been opening up to more foreign workers to combat the slide in its working age and overall population. At the end of October, the number of foreign workers in Japan stood at a record high of 2 million, according to the Labour Ministry, which doesn't seem like a lot. Professor Yuko Tsukasi, Tsukisaki, who led the research, said that because Japanese increasingly rely on foreign nationals for labour, we must make the country a place where they can live comfortably and build long careers. We must listen properly to foreign residents and make steady efforts to bring about a harmonious society, Tsukasiaki said. Chris, is it about the language? Is it about the culture? Is it just about people not wanting to get things wrong?
I think it just comes, there's so many rules, and Japanese culture is so rigid. There's always a certain way to do things, and when you have somebody who doesn't know all that stuff turn up, then it causes friction, it causes stress. People get quite anxious about things like that and not being able to communicate, whatever. So I think it all comes down to language, really. Japan, one of my greatest things that I thought was ridiculous or unfortunate is a lot of ALTs, English language teachers in Japan, they finish their stint after 2-3 years, and there's never really much of an effort on the part of the local authority or local government to try and keep those people in the community and get them to stay in some way, because those are people who are ideally placed to then become a part of that area, right? And I always find that to be a shame. People that have, if somebody offered me a job in the town of Sutton, where I used to live, after 2-3 years, and I said, I don't want to teach anymore, what other options are there? If somebody, proposed something, I might have tried to stay a bit longer, because I'm just happy in my life there. And I think most ALTs are sort of forced to leave because there's just no opportunities made for them. There's not much effort put into keeping them there. And there is a sort of expectation like, good job, well done, now fuck off. And I think that's a real shame, and I think it's Japan's loss when you've got people that have spent so much time integrating, making friends, and then you sort of...
And have a real love for the community as well. Have a real love for the culture.
Absolutely. I was probably at my happiest in Yamagata and Sakata because I felt I had a place in society when I was at my peak. I was doing, I was teaching, I ran an Akaiwa, I was involved in 2 international centres in 2 different cities. I did so much, and I felt like I had a place and a purpose. And then my contract as a teacher was up, and it was like, good job, yeah, fuck off. And it's like, oh, shit.
And at the end of the day, you're educating the community, you're educating the youth, and you're giving back to that community.
Fried chicken children. I don't know if I taught them anything about it.
No, okay, fair dude.
But at the same time, maybe it was on me, Maybe the opportunities were there, but I would have needed to become really fluent at Japanese, which is a very hard undertaking, especially in 2 to 3 years. So, I don't know really. It's unfortunate, but it's just the way it is, isn't it? It's a shame.
It's just the way it is. But maybe
I'm not
you just
surprised.
maybe Chris, if you just been a little bit more circumspect, a little bit more pleasant, we wouldn't have these figures. We wouldn't have these people voting, no, I don't want to hang out with whatever Chris Broad is in my village.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that it's 54% that cite concerns about friction and whatnot. But I don't know. I think, not necessarily about attracting more and more foreigners to come move to Japan, but attracting, also giving opportunities to the ones that are already here. You know, there's a staggering amount of people teaching English on the JET program alone. I think there's tens of thousands, and you can find ways to keep them here if they wanted to stay here, if they want to, hang around. Then I think it'll be to everyone's benefit. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, innit? But Japan.
Never mind.
Japan isn't perfect,
innit?
as we discussed with Miss Japan last week, and the debacle of all that stuff going on, and the notion of identity in Japan, and you have to take the good and bad with Japan. I love it here, but I'm abundantly, I realise that it's not perfect. There's lots of things Japan could work on, but it's getting there, and there's been a lot of positive changes in the time that I've been here, and they certainly are accepting a lot more foreign workers now, more than ever before, as we've also covered. So change is coming. But we'll be back in just a moment, guys, with your stories, questions and comments in the fax machine. See you there.
Wow.
And we're back with the fax machine. What do we got from our listeners this week, Mr. Dice?
Well, listeners, hello Chris and Pete, this is from Stephen. Me and my boyfriend always book a nice break every September. We look for a mix of adventure and relaxation, and our past 2 trips has been island hopping in Greece and a train journey through Italy from Venice to Rome. We are very excited to be spending 3 weeks in Japan this September. My question is, there will be plenty of adventure, but can you recommend any locations to relax? We're flying in and out of Tokyo and are planning to hit up all of the usual tourist hotspots. Many thanks, Steven. Ooh, locations to relax, Chris. A little bit of R&R.
Locations to relax. Let's go to a hot spring, innit? Go and
Hot
look
spring.
at, go Nico, go and propose, get drunk. Like Crystal and her partner. Honestly, I went skiing last week. It was relaxing in some respects. It was also quite painful, but depends what kind of relaxation you're after. But for me, it's not so much the quantity of a holiday. I find, like, most people in Japan take like a weekend away and stay at a ryokan, an inn, where you can have like a nice meal and a good bath and sit in a hot spring. And for me, that's perfect. I don't need to go away for like a week and sit on a beach in Spain, like Pete does. I'm happy sitting in a bathtub, splashing around, eating some salmon.
Just sitting in your own bath, splashing around.
But no, I'd say, like, get a Hakone, Kusatsu, hit up one of the onsens, get a nice Machiya townhouse in Kanazawa or Kyoto, and spend a few days just living in a nice little neighbourhood, in a quaint neighbourhood of Kyoto. Things like that.
Got a lot of time for that. Lovely
That's
idea. That. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Got one here from Ando from Australia. He says, "Hello, Chris and Pete.
Nice thick joints.
Back up on the podcast.
Should be
After
sturdy.
my 3rd trip to Japan, one thing that makes my trips memorable is coming across funny English phrases that have been slapped improperly onto a product or brand. That's basically what I built the entire Broad Japan brand off of originally. A couple of my favourites have been, number 1, Daiso selling trash bins with catharsis written boldly on the front. What the fuck?
That is quite cathartic, putting stuff in the bin, isn't it?
I'm going to find that and put it in a video. And the second one was a clothing store seemingly named Everything is a Radiate, with their tagline being like you is the number 1 with a number 2 option. What the fuck? That's a Pete Donaldson style phrase, that is. My question to you guys is, what's the funniest or most memorable usage of English you encountered in Japan? Ando from Australia. I saw one the other day that I can't repeat here because the video will get demonetized, but go and look at my Twitter and you will see a beautiful mountain and somebody wearing a shirt with an abhorrent phrase written on the back, and I don't understand. I don't know how that phrase is done.
What did you see? What did you see, Chris?
That sounds like ape. British pub Morris lamb chop. I love it. I love. They just kept ramming more British words into it. They couldn't stop. What do you think?
I don't know. What me? What do you mean?
It's British. British pub Morris lamb chop, isn't it?
Lamb chop.
Lamb chop.
Oh,
do you like lamb chops?
lamb chop. I like lamb.
Oh, you better get a British pub Morris lamb chop.
Oh, good name?
I feel like I'm missing it.
Written on the back. Go and look at my Twitter. Hitting Japan is the number one. We're the number two option. What the fuck? That's a Pete Dawson style phrase, that is. My question to you guys is, what's the funniest or most memorable usage of English you've encountered in Japan? Ando, from Australia. I saw one the other day that I can't repeat here because the video will get demonetized, but go and
Here
look
it is.
at my Twitter and you will see a beautiful mountain and somebody wearing a shirt with an abhorrent phrase written on the back, and I don't understand. I don't know how that phrase is there.
What the fuck?
But it includes the word that sounds like ape. And I'll say no more. Go and look at that.
Somewhere in the rape universe.
Got one last
What?
one from David, who says, I'll be coming back to Japan, guys, in the end of December for the 18th time. Bloody hell, David, you've been here. You've travelled to Japan more times than I have. On this trip, I want to see more music shows, but I find it's kind of tricky to find them. The only thing that seems to be announced are the huge shows with the world artists. They're very expensive. From my experience, if you want to see local bands, it's mostly word of mouth. You guys like live music. What's the best way to get info on upcoming gigs? Best regards, David. Yeah, Taylor Swift was here the other day. And it was a big deal.
Yes, she quite famously had to get basically the last chopper out of Hanoi to get back to the Super Bowl. I think everyone's obviously, she speaks about her credentials as an environmentalist, but yeah, she was obviously criticised for absolutely jetting it back. Apparently they had a plane on standby, so actually her carbon footprint is double when it should be. But hey, she's Taylor Swift, and apparently that's important.
I don't understand her music, but I think it's mostly not aimed at guys. Alas, not a big fan.
I think there's a lot of people I know who really like lot of lads I know who really like Taylor Swift, but I just does not. I mean, my age, my sex obviously ties into it a little bit, but I mean, I like her sort of stuff, but I don't necessarily her. I just bounce off. It just seems quite. Yeah. I don't get it. It's just, I don't know. There's just not some important pop out there, maybe. I don't know.
If you listen to the lyrics of Bad Blood, my God, that's an awful song. Now we got problems. Now we got anyway, we've enough ranting about that. She's richer than God, and she'll be remembered long after we're dead. Woohoo! Music gigs in Japan. I'm not your man. I was envious. A friend of mine went to see Tatsuro Yamashita, and I didn't even know he was doing gigs, so I missed that. I always miss the gigs. I remember when I lived in Sendai, I walked past a poster one day and it said tomorrow Sting is in town playing Sting's music.
A6210.
I had a friend who showed Toto around Sendai and Hold the Line and Africa and all that.
Yeah.
And and I felt really bad for her. She said she was guiding them around Sendai. And they got to the gig, and they were like, after the gig, let's all go out for a drink. And she was like, yeah. And then after the gig, she couldn't get back to stage because she didn't have any ID or something. They wouldn't let her back, so she couldn't go for drinks with Toto. So, shit.
I had a similar experience with the band Biffy Clyro once. It was very upsetting. in Portugal. What was I say? I've been doing this quite a lot recently on the podcast. I've been going, what was I going to say? Usually I just barrel straight into a sentence and I don't worry about where I'm going to end up. But lately I've been really thinking about it and going, what was I going to say? Oh dear. It's a real change. It marks a real sea change for Pete Donaldson. I don't barrel into sentences anymore. I stop. I think. I sound like an idiot.
That was my favourite interview you ever did with a musician. It's probably Richard Ashcroft, because he was chatting absolute shit. And I remember looking at just the camera just cuts to you and you look like you want to throw yourself out a window. It's so funny.
It was
Go and watch that.
It was that man who's always drinking Dunkin' Donuts, the Batman man, Ben Affleck. There's always like a shot of him behind his shed, or like going into a back door in his house, just looking completely depressed. And now he's sort of playing up to it a little bit. I enjoy that meme immensely.
Oh man. Well, I mean, yeah, Taylor Swift, didn't it? She sold out the stadium. I don't know we're going about Taylor Swift again. David, my advice to you is just look up the artist and see where they end up. I went to see Depeche Mode last year, and I wanted to see them in the UK. They'd sold out there. The only place they were playing was Norway. So I got a holiday in Norway out of it for like 3 days, and I got to see Depeche Mode. And that was a cracking good time. A cracking good time indeed. Keep the stories, questions, comments coming in to abroadjapanpodcast@gmail.com. We'll be back later in the week, guys, do it all over again. But for now, no matter where you might be, out there in the big wide world, have yourself a great few days. We'll see you right back here to do it all over again on the Abroad Japan podcast. Bye for now.
And G6. pretty. Well, let's watch this one.
From the minds who brought us Morbius, Gods of Egypt, and Dracula Untold, comes Women Morbius.
Oh, yes.
I think that's kind of unfair. People have been saying the writers of this, they wrote
Drake.
those other movies.
They've made some Drake.
But like, as we'll talk about, a lot of things get changed along the way. You can write something amazing, and
That's
then
right.
Sony do it, and then it can be anything.
Yeah.
It can become whatever.
Matt Sazama and Burke Sharpless,
Yep.
great names.
Yep.
They wrote, among other things, Dracula Untold, The Last Witch Hunter, Morbius, Gods of Egypt, all of which have very low Rotten Tomatoes scores. But yeah,
Craig Mazin, didn't he do like superhero movie, which was like a parody?
Yeah.
He did the scary movies, and
That's
then
right.
he made Chernobyl.
Yeah.
So like, it's really about getting your vision accurately portrayed,
Yeah,
or having a team behind
and they
it.
say in Hollywood, like, if you don't make it long if you don't know how to play ball or if you're not talented in some way.
Yeah.
And I think what has happened with a lot of those movies, I think they've also written some good movies. But what happens, I think, generally is they write a good script. Writers can write a good script, and then it just gets noted to death.
Yeah.
And they,
Or killed in the edit.
killed in the edit,
reshots.
or somebody has to. They're like, we need a scene where somebody says the game is on.
Yeah.
Or we need the guy to build a big fist out of bats or whatever.
I think that would have been in the original, because that's a genuinely good idea, in my opinion.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
But now they've turned their dirty hands to Madam Web.
Wow, let's get into this, because on a budget of $80 million, they're doing these lower budget Sony movies, the Sony Pictures Universal Marvel movie Spum.
That's right.
They did a similar thing with Morbius, because that way you don't need to make that much money to
It's
turn
true.
a huge profit on these.
Make hits.
But the problem is,
This is a hit. This is the equation for being a hit machine.
it basically is, but you have to actually make a product that people like and don't think is laughable. But not laughable in a way where they have to see it. They're laughable in the sense that I'm just going to see all the clips on Twitter and
Yeah.
laugh at them through that.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's looking at around, or it was initially a 20 to 25 million US opening weekend over like 6 days, because it opened on Valentine's Day. But it might not even make 20 million at this point. No, it's dipping.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Uh-huh.
Monday the numbers will be confirmed. But yeah, it's not looking good. And the Bob Marley biopic is apparently doing much better, so that's kind of killing it.
Sure.
And, this is where we're at. What do you think the story was?
Oh, come on, mate. All right.
Of Madam Web.
So
the movie.
Madam Web is Cassie Webb,
Yeah.
and no one likes her, and she doesn't like anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And but then she has a big accident. She drowns, and then when she comes back, she can sort of see the future a bit in a vague way that's not really consistent.
Yeah.
And then it turns out there's a bloke out there and he wants to kill 3 women.
And he's Spider-Man.
He's evil Spider-Man.
Sort of.
He's evil Spider-Man, sort of.
Yeah.
And then she's got a...
It's really missing something about the webs, isn't it? It really takes an element away of...
There's some webs in this movie.
Not on here. What's he doing?
No,
He's
that's
not
true.
webbing nobody.
Yeah. Should be called Madam Web and Mr. Jump. You know? And it could have been a rom-com.
And
Could have been a rom-com.
and stick.
Yep. Okay, so Madam Web and Mr. Jump and Stick. I think that's too many words.
You're right. This Mr. Jump is fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, go on.
That's it. And then she's got to save him even though she doesn't want to.
He's out to kill
3 women.
3 girls.
3 girls.
Because they're in the future, in 10 years or whatever, are going to come to his house.
Dressed as Spider-Man.
Yeah, and beat him up.
Assaulted
Beat him.
Spider-Man.
They're gonna basically do the start of Watchmen to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's right. Or the end of most movies that are fun where a bunch of people surround a guy and beat him up.
I find it hard to believe.
The end of the movie Death Proof.
Yeah, but like the 3 Spider Women would team up, go to this guy's house who haven't moved,
Just
and
kill him.
throw him off a building.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't really feel like
No.
in character with either these characters in the comics. I mean, there's been so many versions.
Yeah.
And also the actors and the portrayals here.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Just a very bizarre. I mean, he must have really done something to upset
Yeah,
them.
right.
Because it obviously doesn't come to pass.
Mm.
So it's just kind of, like, how did we get here? Like, he must have tormented them for years and then not moved. Like,
Yeah.
just stayed in his house.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Fucking dreadful. What is happening here? I mean, in a way that's like, there's a lot of fascinating
Yeah.
elements to this.
It's not good. I was entertained, for the most part, but a lot of it is baffling.
Yeah, I think it's it's worse than Morbius, but it's more interesting.
I think it's
Morbius is boring.
I think it is more interesting and therefore better than Morbius. But what I'll also say is this: I think that Madam Web is 2024's Joker. Unless Joker 2 is also coming out this year, in which case it is 2024's first Joker.
Okay.
In the sense that it is a very light sprinkling of superhero references over what is just a genre film.
Yeah.
In this case, it is kind of like lightweight supernatural horror slasher film.
Very lightweight.
Yeah.
I'm not dancing around any spoilers for this.
Okay,
You've
sure.
either seen it or you haven't. It's all been spoiled online.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Because if you're looking for superhero elements to this, Madam Web wears a 70s leather coat. What year is this set? We'll talk about it. And the 3 Spider Women who are destined to become Spider Women. That's only done in flash forward, and they don't do anything spider related or get their powers by the end.
Yeah.
Even at the end when they're all living together, there's still not spider people yet.
No, that's true. Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
So this is sort of, when I say like a supernatural horror slasher, I mean sort of in the style of Final Destination, except there's no fate. The idea behind the marketing for this movie is that there's a web and it connects them all, and there's fate, and so fate in a way, or magic, or destiny connects Madam Web with Sims, who's the bad guy, but the other 3 are just around.
Yes.
So in a Final Destination movie, generally speaking, it's a group of people, friends or strangers, and they avoid death. You know, a sudden in a plane crash, something like that. They miraculously survive, and then fate sort of catches up with them individually. And so that is sort of Madam Web's deal, is that she survives this drowning.
And her powers are unlocked.
She's a paramedic.
Because she got her powers because her mum was bitten by a spider as she died in the Peruvian jungle.
And Sims got his powers because he stole the spider out of the jungle and he was cursed.
And that's
So the girls just sort of live in the same area.
Yeah.
That's their deal. There's no revelation that they were all in the one place at the one time and some magic thing happened.
No.
It's just one of them lives in Madam Web's building, one of them
nearly ran into an ambulance.
and one of them...
Her stepmom got in a car accident.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
And so she was at the hospital.
So she sort of met some of them.
Yeah.
At one point.
But at some point, those 3 are going to get spider powers. How? We don't know.
It's not important.
It's very
It's
much
not a story worth telling.
Apparently it's not. No, that's right. And all different spider powers
Yeah,
too.
exactly. Because you also this could have just been a Spider Woman team up movie, like an actual one.
Sure, yeah, okay.
But they went with this.
But it also could have been just this, like...
Or just do one.
You could
make one Spider Woman. One has powers.
But I mean, you could also like strip out all the spider stuff. If I were to take this from the setting of it's just a horror movie about this unstoppable weird guy that you know, they did something in the past. It's, you know, it's Final Destination. It's I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's any number of these other things where you get some young teen stars and you put them in the movie and in their characters at the start they had some experience and they're like, "Cool, glad we got out of this," but then it's, you know, brought about the creation of this murderous monstrosity that follows them around.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, this is a bit of lightweight fun.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I will add the idea of a Spider-Man, but he's a killer.
Yeah.
There is something in that.
Well, I mean, we've talked in the past about how it would be nice to do
Brightburn, like for example.
Yes.
You take a concept.
Yeah, superhero movies, but put it in and give us a horror version. Give us a, you know, an
Give us a
espionage
rude one.
Give us a sexy rude one. But it also has to be good.
Yeah.
We should have said that every single time we said this in the past 10 years of doing this podcast. We've said it a bunch of times. We should have added that caveat. It also has to be good. And in a way, this is our fault because I feel like we didn't say that.
You're right.
We assumed.
I kept saying anything can be good.
Yeah.
But I should have said, but you actually have to like.
Expensive effort.
Yeah.
We didn't do that, did we? So this is, in a way, this is our fault, and we apologise. But you know, and again, if you did, you could pick any number of supervillains in the Marvel universe and go, what about a movie where
Kraven the Hunter?
Yeah, or oh no. Like you could do a movie where some kids piss off Electro when he's robbing a bank or something.
Yeah.
And then he follows through the city trying to kill him or whatever. You know, that could work, and this could have worked, but it doesn't work for a bunch of reasons. Here's some things I like. I like how unpleasant Cassie Webb is.
Oh my God.
She doesn't like her
So
job.
aloof.
She doesn't like her co-workers. She doesn't like
And the
her
kid comes
mom.
up and who saved she saved this woman's kid. No, she shaved a woman and
She shaved a woman.
and the kid comes up and goes, "Thank you for shaving my mum," and gives her a picture, and she's like, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And her partner's like, "You just take it, and then later you throw it away." Like,
Yeah.
have you never
This
spoken
never
to
happened.
anybody ever
That's
in
right.
your life? What are you talking about?
Like, did you not? I mean, I understand your mum was researching spiders in the Amazon before she died.
Well, they didn't actually mention that line. They didn't actually see it, but it's not in the movie.
Some things that are in the trailer but not in the movie. That line.
Yep.
Also, the Spider Women really doing anything.
Yeah. Everything you see in the trailer is pretty much here.
Yeah.
For the Spider Women doing anything.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm loving her energy. She hates teenagers.
Yep.
She hates doing stuff. She hates sitting at home alone, but she hates going out.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I think what they may have been going for, or this might be an accident, is that the character of Madam Web is quite removed and aloof and kind of above everything that is happening. But at the start, like you said, she's a paramedic. She's like a public servant.
Yeah.
Whose job it is to save people, which she does. But she doesn't understand any other element of just being a person.
Yeah.
And they put it down to, like, her mum disappeared and whatever. But, oh God. So at the start when it says, like, association with Marvel or whatever. And
You know
then,
what they should have done? They should have bought Marvel Knights from the banner Marvel Knights from
Yep.
Marvel, because that would work better. Anytime I see in association
Yeah.
with Marvel, I'm like, you're not fooling anybody.
No. And they must know that at this point. And the first thing it says is, like, on the screen is the Peruvian jungle, 1973. And I
1973.
and I literally
Pumpkins.
I went out loud. I went, all right. Like, that was how this began.
How dare you talk out loud in a theatre and interrupt nobody? Interesting.
And anyway, her mother's hunting for a CGI spider for reasons we don't know. And she's 400 months pregnant.
Sure.
She's about to give birth to Cassie Webb.
Yeah, sure.
But the reason we find out is that Cassie Webb has some kind of disease, which is probably a fake Marvel Universe disease. Maybe it's real, I don't know. And she wants to get
She's got ultimate nulliphoritis.
Yes. She's got Thor's hammerus. But, and basically, she needs the spider venom it'll heal her daughter.
Yeah.
And she's got extensive notes about the jungle and research and who she's working with and different spider enzymes and types or whatever. And her daughter has all of that, but she never wrote, "I'm doing this because my daughter has an incurable disease.
Yes.
And that's why I'm in the jungle when I'm 9 months pregnant."
Right.
So she grows up her whole life just thinking that her mother was just running around with spiders in the jungle.
And also, like, there's a scene we see in flashback her mother going to the doctor. You don't think that maybe Cassie Webb would go to the doctor after her mother died and go, what did my mother die of? Oh, okay. And I had an incurable disease, but I don't have one. That's weird. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she kind of gets an incurable disease by the end of the movie.
But also, here's the thing.
When she becomes Madam Web.
The Ezekiel Sims is cursed to be evil Spider-Man because he shoots Mama Webb and he leaves the forest with the spider, the special spider with the special
Which
sauce.
he thinks cool.
Yeah, and he is cursed to become evil Spider-Man. So what if Cassie Webb's mum left with the spider? Would she also get cursed? And then, then Madam Web would be cursed.
I guess
right?
so.
It's probably worse than what she had.
Yeah. God, it opens with her just so much explaining like, I'm here because this is the particular thing and I need this enzyme and whatever. And then he goes back to camp and he's like, I'm going to rifle through her notes. And then she just runs up with the jar and goes, hey, I found that fucking spider.
It was in this
You
jar.
know what we were just talking about?
It was a jar
Yeah,
on the
I found
ground.
it. I don't know, there's no holes in the top. Put holes in the top.
Yeah.
Put holes in the top.
Whose jar is this, by the way? I transferred to my own jar, but I didn't bring any jars.
I like
didn't
it.
think this was going to happen, to
And
be honest.
Ezekiel Sims is just like, I'm going to shoot everyone now that spider's turned up. You could just go with her, like, and get out of the jungle. And, you know, there's Anyway, she also, the vague powers, there's a moment also where she flashes back and visits her mother, and they hug.
Yeah.
What's happening? What are the powers here? Because she's got the Nicolas Cage next powers. Which
Next to
sees
knowing,
the
sure.
future- the
She's got some
future.
next knowing.
I know, here's something I like. I think it's interesting how they filmed a lot of these scenes multiple times in slightly different ways. I think that is technically a difficult thing to do, and they pulled off most of them.
Unless you just get them to do 3 takes and you don't throw anyway.
But you're gonna do it separately? Yeah, well, you could do that too.
Yeah.
You could do that, yeah. But like,
She's got the next to knowing powers. She
Yep.
can maybe send her astral form back in time or something. Sometimes she can split herself into 3.
yeah. Oh, you're gonna make the ultimate. Oh, you're gonna make the ultimate Spider-Man choice. Every Spider-Man has to do this. I'm sorry. These 3 Spider-Women, they're all gonna die. Which one are you gonna save? Oh, all at once? Okay, great. Great, that's really good. Oh, okay, all right. I want to talk about this.
Go on.
So she loves Mountain Dew.
Does
And
she?
that speaks to with at the start. She goes to they get a Mountain Dew. There's a big Pepsi sponsorship through this.
It sure is.
The villain does get killed by a giant Pepsi sign. That's not a joke. Okay, so no, I'll get into this first. So the Spider Women in this, they're supposed to be like teenagers.
Yes.
She's protecting. But the actors are 22, 25, and 26. And I feel like it does just look like there's 3 grown women just all hanging out together.
Sure, absolutely.
And the police think that it's set in 2003. We'll get to that. And the police think that she might have kidnapped these women, but you could just go. But they don't know who Cassie Webb is specifically, or seem to know who these girls are specifically. There's just a vague idea and maybe like a grainy security footage of her just with these 3 women and not holding them at gunpoint, being like, get in the van.
Yeah, she's like, follow
they're
me.
just running together.
Yeah,
So
sure.
she's sort of on the.
I mean, that was New York in 2003, man. Running together was a crime.
Well,
Before Giuliani cleaned it
yeah,
up.
well, the stop and frisk, and all of that situation. But with that element of there being these 3 women that they're hanging out with, I don't think any of them are particularly given much to do. For one, superheroing, but Sydney Sweeney's in this, right? And if you see her in anything, whether it be Euphoria or that recent rom-com apparently, which I didn't see, or
So if you see her or anything, including the stuff you didn't see.
I didn't see. She's in the first season of White Lotus.
Yep.
She's actually quite funny and manic, and she does great delivery. And in this, nothing. Just they're all flat and whatever. And it's if you've got Sydney Sweeney,
Sure.
you don't want to do any of the things that she's capable of doing.
No.
Also, Ezekiel Sims is dubbed for most of this, it seems.
I think a lot of people are doing
Yeah.
this, yeah.
And all of it's 80 yard off camera. But it's yeah, you have to help me because I need this spider. Because if I get the spider, there's a moment where I think it's Sydney Sweeney character was like,
Sounding
He's
exhausted.
anything but like you right
he's
now.
like a spider person.
Yep.
Very good. Ben Parker's in this, and Peter Parker's mum.
And Peter Parker.
And Peter Parker as a baby.
Is that Emma Roberts as
Yes, it is.
as
Yeah.
Mary Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how we're tying it all together. We've got Adam Scott as Ben Parker. He's in this.
Yep. Oh, I like.
Yep.
He also played Ben in Parks and Rec, so this is confusing to
Oh,
me.
Ben Parks and Rec.
Yeah, that's right.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's fun. I think them also Dakota Johnson and him as a pairing is.
Because
is that
they're
right?
paramedic.
They're
They're a
okay
paramedic
together.
duo together. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so too.
And it's 2003. Now, Dakota Johnson spoke to the Wrap about how this came up to be, and she said after she came on board there were drastic changes, and she said I can't even tell you what they were. So we had the theory, we talked about this in previous weeks and so have others, that everybody in this signed on board thinking it was an MCU movie, and that's how they trick people into this. It happened to Matt Smith with Morbius.
That's right.
It seems to have happened here with everybody involved.
They should do a PSA about this.
Yeah, they should. That's right.
Or some sort of lawsuit advertisement. Have you or any member of your family ever been tricked into being in a spa?
You might be liable for compensation. But also,
That's right, you're liable for compensation. So we're going to sue you as well.
That's right, I didn't misspeak. So it's 2003, right? But I think they've obviously changed this, and they've been very kind of cagey about whether or not that's the case. But there's a few hints towards this, just being all over the place. One being, there's a moment where a guy on a train is playing a PSP, and in North America that came out in 2005. The Japan version came out in 2004.
Whoa.
There's a moment where...
Maybe his uncle works at Nintendo?
Maybe he does work at Nintendo when you know somebody at Sony. There's a moment where Dakota Johnson just says, I just want to go home and watch Idol.
Maybe she meant The Idol, the TV series with The Weeknd in it.
It could have been. It may as well be set now because of some of the technology. There's a moment where one of the three...
Wait, when did Idol come out?
Early
American
2000s, around this
Idol.
time.
That's totally.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's just put in.
Yeah.
But it's also confused.
That's what all movies are, James. Stuff that's put in.
There's a moment where one of the teenagers pulls out a phone, and they go, whoa, a phone. And it's like, hey, it's fucking 2003.
Yeah, sure.
Teenagers have phones. in 2000, that wasn't unusual, was it?
I don't think
For
so.
somebody to have a phone.
I had one.
And also, do you remember the moment where she gets a can of Pepsi? She comes
Boy,
like
do I,
barbecue?
yeah.
If you look at that Pepsi, I think they changed the can to like either a 2003 version or a different product placement or something. Because she's holding a fake can.
Right.
For like that, like she's holding it a lot.
I mean, maybe they got you were so animated you knocked the microphone.
did.
I think maybe they got the Pepsi sponsorship towards the end of the production, and maybe it was just a generic can or something, and they added it. But then, how would Ezekiel Sims be killed by the P in the Pepsi
Well,
sign?
exactly. There must have been some Pepsi development early on.
Maybe
All
they're
right,
just
let's put
like,
these
okay,
claws.
we're gonna drop some we're gonna drop some blue screen styrofoam on you, and you're gonna be killed by something. So we'll figure out what it is later.
Also, you know when to be killed by the S? For like Spino?
Maybe killed for P for Peter.
I guess so. P for Peter Pepsi.
That's right.
And there's technology in this where Ezekiel Sims has been driven mad because ever since he stole the spider from the jungle, from the Peruvian jungle.
He's been having these dreams every night of these three random women dressed in spider costumes killing him, which I think is a sex thing.
Oh, this times 4. Okay.
How can he identify them though? How can he do it? Because he's like, how can I do it with the technology of this era of 2003? And it turns out he can somehow just tell a computer, which will put an exact likeness of what they look like in their Spider-Woman costumes.
It's special NSA technology, man.
You're right, and then you say, just de-age it 10 years without the masks, and this is exactly what these three girls look like.
You don't know what technology was like in 2000.
I do because I was there, Mason.
No.
We all had phones. It wasn't a big deal. And I also think if you look at the soundtrack, it speaks to like the confusion about what was going on because there's the song Miles Away by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, which is 2003. This is some of them. There was Scandalous from Mystique, which is 2018. There's
What?
Meredith Brooks.
2018, that's a 15-year discrepancy.
Yeah. It's the Stargate radio mix, apparently. There's the song Bitch by Meredith Brooks, and that's from 1997.
Well, that's fine, James.
Yeah, there's the song Toxic by Britney Spears, which is 2003, but it came out in an album, I think, the previous year. Because remember, they're like, this song's gotta be big. It's a big song, we're gonna dance together, and there's boys here, and we're dancing. I think We're Alone Now is Tiffany from 1987. And the song that it ends on is Dreams by the Cranberries in 1993. And I think that is the biggest indication that this was a movie set in 1993. I mean, if you look at the fashion, like a lot of the cars in the background, like the technology when it's not nonsense or clearly a reshoot, they've jumped time periods here. And I think it's reflected in the songs that they probably paid for and then later changed. And that's why the album is just nonsense, but also specifically around 2003 and like 1993. Like that's the kind of eras.
Sure. And I think you're right in the sense that if this were just a monster movie stalker slasher thing, you wouldn't need him to have the NSA technology, whatever, because he'd just be magic. But I think they were like, well, we've got to justify it somehow. I think he would just, but also if it were that, they would have a reason to be connected to him, and he would know that via magic or whatever it was. But because they are related, there needed to be some sort of element where those three are connected to him besides just...
Maybe he just bumped into them and went, that's them. Sure. Like, that's more believable than this, even.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, he ran into... he went looking for Cassie Webb, and then he saw that they were all together for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, maybe... I don't know. Maybe...
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he met all their parents.
Killed them all.
Maybe he made his way back to America, and then all their parents touched the spider or something, or tried to stole it. And one of them worked for customs, and one of them worked for the taxi company or whatever. And they all touched the spider, and he's like, "Stay away from my spider." And then they were all connected by the web of fate and magic or whatever.
Stay away from my spider. Here's my address.
That's right. Or he could just not be. He could move house, couldn't he?
He could have moved house. That's what I'm saying.
They would have just not been able to find him when they went on their future murder spree.
Yep. Everything's over-explained. There's a moment where Cassie gets poisoned, and she's like, "Hey, how are you poisoning me?" It's like, we know he can do poison. We saw him do it earlier. Now he's doing it again. There's a moment where Ben Parker calls Cassie when she's doing a big depression at home, and he's like, "Hey, Cassie."
Do you mean she's on the toilet?
Yeah.
Okay.
She goes, "Hey, Cassie, it's me again, Ben. Anyways, this is why I'm calling, etc." And it's like, you don't trust the audience to like recognize the one person she's friends with.
Because I mean, Cassie, Madam Web, has an arc, which is that I guess the idea of why she's such a weird misanthrope is because she doesn't trust anybody because her mum went to the Amazon to research spiders before she died, and while she was pregnant, and Cassie's like, well, I guess she didn't care about me at all. And then over the course of the movie, she learns that the reason why that was is because she was looking for a cure for the disease that Madame Web had.
Yeah.
But then she's like, then when we see that, when she goes back in time and hugs her mum, she goes, oh, you were in the Amazon to look for a cure for me, and you loved me, and that's why you did it. It's like, we saw it. You didn't have to.
Yeah.
You could just.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
you could just have a look and go, oh.
Yeah.
You could even have a go, oh, I get it now. And if you, the audience, are smart, you'll also get it. But if you don't, Screen Rant will have an article. They'll say, Madam Web ending explained. Cassie was happy because she realised that her mother was trying to save her with the spider.
Article to recommend at the bottom. The Dark Knight Rises ending.
Oh, you better believe it. That's right. 2024. It's a new article.
So there's a Mary Parker baby shower, and it's very bizarre.
Yeah.
And even though there's a lot of other people there, it only seems to be her and Cassie interacting.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just on the fringes, but just being like, ooh.
And then exactly, and then Mary Parker's like, Cassie, what was your mother like?
You don't know?
She does. Yeah, well, exactly. You don't do some
Because
research.
you work with, Ben Parker. Is he your brother or
Did
whatever?
Ben not clue you in and go, hey, if when you do the party games, don't mention motherhood to... I mean, I don't know why you've invited her, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, why would he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the questions keep coming.
They do, don't they?
Madam Web, yeah.
And sometimes in different time periods, because she's got the freaky time powers. CPR comes up a lot. This is how you do CPR. If I ever die, here's CPR.
That's
You do
right.
CPR on me.
Yeah. Because you haven't done anything during this movie besides dance on the table and run around.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to need a hero moment. And I'm thinking it could be CPR. So what I'll do is I'll engineer a situation in which my heart stops and you can do CPR on me. I mean, no, so I'll teach you CPR.
I guess I wanted to ask you about the final showdown.
Okay, sure.
Because earlier on, there's a big fire at the explosion factory.
That's right.
You have to go back to the explosion factory at the end for a big showdown.
Explosion factory.
We'll call an emergency paramedic helicopter and we'll ask them to park on the top of the explosion factory. And I mean, sure, technically some of them will be like, wasn't there just a huge explosion at that explosion factory?
Yeah.
That we were
Wasn't
there?
there an ambulance driver killed at the explosion factory?
Yeah, I don't think we should go to the.
Volatile.
I don't think we should land on the explosion factory. I think
Also,
that.
there's a big sign we probably can't land here because there's a big Pepsi Cola sign.
Yeah, and because of all the explosions, the building is probably not structurally sound. And I bet, like on our helicopter map, the headquarters, there's a big X over it.
Don't.
And the X is just don't. Just don't. But anyway, so they're escaping from evil Spider-Man, and they say, okay, we're going to have to escape. We're going to go into the fireworks explosion building, and we'll get a helicopter from there. And they're like, okay, here's some flares.
Yep.
Just put them in all the boxes.
That's great.
Of fireworks.
Yeah.
When are they going to go off? Doesn't matter.
Whose business is this?
Because sometimes they put a flare in there, and it just sizzles for ages. And sometimes they put a flare in there, and it just blows up immediately.
Yeah, man.
You're giving those to kids, are you?
I mean,
You're
you
insane.
can see the future.
Oh, that's true. You can see the future. You can see the future.
Sometimes, depending, and sometimes you can control it, sometimes you
That's true,
can't. Yeah. So just, oh god. So we also get a very, well, it's interesting because I didn't think they were going to do it, but Madam Web becomes full Madam Web by the end, and by that I mean she's in a wheelchair and blind.
She earns her blindness and paralysis.
By taking a firework to the face underwater. I don't know where the paralysis came in. Did something fall on her? I might have just missed it.
No, I don't know.
Because when she's in the wheelchair at the end, I went, oh, this is like a permanent thing. Is this happening earlier?
Big Birds of Prey energy. The Birds of Prey TV series.
The TV series. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I thought. And they're all living in a loft together and looking at a big themed window, spider themed window.
And it was like, no matter what happens in the future, we're gonna be together and we're gonna be the
Oh,
Birds
that's
of
all right.
Prey.
I actually wrote it down. Took out my phone. Whatever the future holds, we'll be ready. And the thing about the future is, it hasn't happened yet. And it won't. This is it.
This is
It's
their
over.
final,
This is finished forever.
Yeah.
I love that she comes in and she's wearing the Madam Web.
The big Oakleys.
Oakleys and whatever, and she's like, I bought, and they're like, oh, you bought chicken for dinner. I knew that. Oh, how was your thing? I knew that. That would get real annoying. And then they really wanted to drill home, like,
You're gonna tell me to dial it back because you find it annoying. I won't.
Like, we get it. She's now.
I finally found a personality to this, and I hate everything. So I'm gonna go with it.
She can see the future. Like, we get it. We absolutely get it. And they're all suited up at the end of it. But she has astral projection Doctor Strange powers?
Yep.
She also has that happens to her earlier. She gets punched out of her body.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange style.
Yes.
Is that a Madam Web thing? I'm just like, is this a specific thing that I'm supposed to like recognize and know?
No, I guess they're like, we've got to find a way to get her emissions. If we ever do another one of these, which we won't. She needs to be there to be able to do missions, so she's got astral projection powers. It's fine.
Anyway, also there's the birth of Peter Parker, and they say, oh, Uncle Ben, he's going to love being an uncle, because when you're an uncle, there's no responsibility. You get all that fun stuff, and you're going to have to... And I hope he doesn't get shot in Queens, the thing that was alluded to much earlier in the movie. Also, the responsibility line, I can't even remember who says it, but it's, when you take on responsibility, great power will come. That might have been that guy in the cave.
It was the guy in the cave.
Yeah, cool. And I guess that's true.
So true.
Just, what are they doing?
I'm going to say best video ever because I had a wild time.
I'm not going to say that. I don't see this. Don't pay money for it.
No, don't see it.
You shouldn't encourage.
Watch it on streaming.
This kind of behaviour.
Yeah, what you should do, wait till it's on streaming and get some friends together and watch it like that, I think.
What do you think Sony's like? What did they think would happen with this? At what point did they know this was this movie? You know?
It's a great question.
Like they tried to fix it, obviously, but
yeah, maybe.
But it's not.
Do you think they will? Because it doesn't feel like at any point, like the action set piece at the end doesn't feel like, that feels like that was always the ending. It doesn't feel like because it's too big, even for a lower budget movie. Like for a lower budget movie, I think it's too big. So it doesn't feel like at any point they were like, okay, at the ending. See, at the end I thought initially because all the gals fall off the roof and they're all precariously hanging on for dear life. And it looks like they're all going to fall and die. And as you said, Madam Web has to do which one she's going to save, and then she's like, oh, actually, I'm going to split into a bunch of different astral projections. I'm going to save them that way. And I thought that's the moment where they would become Spider Women or whatever.
Yes.
You know, she'd be like, well, I don't have the powers, but you can have the, do it like Buffy or the other ones where
they're already in there and they manifest.
Yes, exactly. And then they would beat him up, and then he'd be like, oh no, I did this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He'd be like, I caused the creation of these Spider Women, and now they've killed me because I tried to kill them. So actually, whatever. But they don't. They just she splits into the three beings, and then she sort of helps them up slightly.
Yeah.
And then she just.
You're all right. You're all right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And that also feels like they worked backwards. They went, okay, how could in the script?
The whole movie feels like they worked backwards.
What if she splits into three?
Yeah.
Like a spider would, and then.
Yeah.
And then
like
they were
when you
like,
cut a spider into
yeah. And they're like, well, that would be absolutely out of nowhere, wouldn't it? And so they're like, well, what if the guy in the cave says, yeah, you could be anywhere at once. You could be in multiple places at once because of spiders. You know how spiders can do that?
Yeah.
You know how,
a spider could be in a different place than another spider.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And their web connects.
Famously spider powers.
A few people pointed this out, but this is on Reddit from LLLLLI0, who said, at the end of the film, Madam Web starts looking in the girl's future, and there's this scene where the camera pans up to a building, and it's the exact same scene from Spider-Man 2, where Tony is running and jumps from building.
Oh, it's like a sort of pan-up shot. It's
Is this Sony reusing footage or what? Yeah.
Must be, yeah.
Almost certainly.
Huh.
It could be a fun Easter egg, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's period appropriate, isn't it?
2003, baby.
Yep.
Also, it's obviously not said in any of the Spider-Man universes, because with the killer Spider-Man running around.
Nobody goes, that's Spider-Man.
Oh, wait. He's got a knife.
Yeah.
And no webs?
No webs. That's Mr. Jumps. Look out. Yeah, if it was, yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's not said anyway.
Because they're all, if any of those kids were native New Yorkers, when they saw a guy crawling on the roof, they'd be like, they would go, that's a crawly man.
Yeah.
They'd go, they call him Ceiling Guy. I think it would be funny if Spider-Man was called Ceiling Guy by everybody. Because you can't control it.
No, you really can't.
I mean, unless you hold a press conference and go, just so you know,
Day one,
Spider-Man.
Day one, yeah.
If you were crawling on the ceiling, people would call you Ceiling Guy, and he'd be that forever. Even if you made a concerted effort to walk on the ground, it would still be like, Ceiling Guy's on the ground now.
It's like if your mum ran up to the school bus on the first day of high school because you got your lunch and she gave you lunch, you'd be Mummy Lunchbox Man.
You'd be Mummy Lunchbox Man.
For the ridiculous.
That's right.
Yeah. We got some reviews here. This one's from Adam, who says, Madam Web, predictably terrible, but the best spun movie yet. The exchange between Anya and Maddie about friction, gravity, and science will go down as one of the worst exchanges in comic book movie history. The Turd in the Wind universe marches on. I don't even remember what's that friction gravity scene?
I think
know
there
that.
might be a scene because Madam Web drives them. She steals a taxi.
Oh yeah.
She drives them all.
She did a lot of stuff. A lot of
Yeah.
cars.
She hits a lot of people with cars as well.
Yeah.
Mostly evil Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
But then they go into the forest, and I think the girls are sitting by a fire, and they're talking about how he crawls up the walls or something.
That's fun.
Also, the girls decide to go to a diner. And Madam Web leaves to do some stuff. She's doing a lot of, I gotta go, stay here, I gotta go. I gotta sort some stuff out. And the girls all leave to go to a diner, and they leave their fire going. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
That causes forest fires. Don't do that.
Yeah. Why did she pry the plates off the taxi? I think she could have just driven around and
Have
nobody
you never done a crime,
Yeah,
James,
but then
involving
you're
a
driving
taxi?
around. I think it's more obvious, especially in 2003, because you'd have to ring in every taxi that you see, and nobody's actively looking for a taxi, really. So, like, it's more, if you didn't have plates, you'd be more likely to get pulled over, you'd think.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right, okay.
Anyway, Benson Maid says, we're 2 months into 2024 and you've only reviewed 3 movies, Beekeeper, Argyle, Madam Web. I rank them, number 1 B, number 2 Web, number 3 Argyle. Would you? Argyle is technically a better movie,
Yeah,
because
it
there's
is.
clear direction and there's a point in action sequences and characters and stuff. But I don't know whether I had more fun in Argyle with this.
I think there are elements to Argyle. I think there's a couple of action
Sounds
sequences that are
like
very
it's
good.
great, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think a lot of that's a real drag.
Yeah.
I think this is
And
somehow,
this didn't drag, did it, mate?
no, this is somehow less of a drag. I don't know what happened.
It's more, I think for me, it's more like, this is fascinating than a good movie.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
how did this get, what are we doing this now for?
I wish you'd have the podcast, but what are we doing this now for?
Vinton says, I think Spum believes that making movies more comic booky means everyone's saying everything they're doing means everyone's saying everything that they are doing all the time, and a no-web Spider-Man is boring to watch. Anyways, I can't believe this movie was made.
There is a moment where Sims is trying to, he's pursuing the gals they're in Times Square or whatever it is.
This is the villain Ezekiel Sims.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Not The Sims. They're now being pursued by a box copy of The Sims.
Sure.
Which would have been big in 2003, I assume.
Completely agree.
And he's on top of a car, and he does a leap,
Yeah.
but it cuts instantly, because it's like, where are you going to go? You are not leaping far enough to get onto any of those buildings.
You can't web.
You can't web,
Yeah.
so... Why couldn't he have webs?
Why couldn't he?
Why
Or a
couldn't he?
rope or a grappling hook.
Sure.
The other guys have grappling hooks in the jungle, don't they? And vines and shit.
Oh yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, give him a hook on a chain or whatever.
Yep, give him a hook on a chain. And Sham says, Madam Web was the exact wet fart you sort of expected to be. Zero action and dialogue, so funny I almost couldn't stop laughing. Vibe of the crowd also wasn't great. Really felt like nobody wanted to be there. How busy was yours?
I reckon there was maybe 8 people in the cinema.
Yeah, I had about the same. And I reckon I booked online about 20 minutes before it started,
Yep.
and there was nobody in the cinema.
Oh, you would have been in for a treat.
Yeah, but then when I got there, like, the old people roll in.
Sure.
So it was probably 8 people in total, including me.
Okay.
I was the only one by myself.
Some stuff got laughs in the theatre. I remember thinking that's actually kind of a funny line, and that's not bad.
Sure.
Look, I think
Were you doing singers? Is that how
that's
that
but
happened?
yeah. That's right.
That's typical of you. I
Yeah.
love that.
More like Mr. Jumps, I said, and everybody laughed. Woo! I don't know. I think Dakota Johnson's in this is pretty fun. I think
Yeah.
it's worth a free viewing. So when it's free,
Yeah, she's very, I'd say funny. It's not right. It's the right.
there is a
word.
line there where she goes to the barbecue after she's drowned, and she's like, you know, they say after you something cardiac arrest, but now I'm fine. Like the delivery was very funny. I couldn't tell you.
I find her delivery in general just so, like, her cadence is so weird and
Sure,
aloof.
okay.
And like even her as a person, like it's the same.
Yeah.
That's what I find really.
She was in
interesting.
50 Shades of Grey, right?
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
She was Dorian Gray or whatever.
Nice.
Yeah, cool. All right, should we move it along?
Let's move it along.
What a great movie. Good start to the year. 2 bad movies.
Bad
out of the
movies.
gate.
Oh, incredible. So Dune 2 is in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
What are we going to do in the meantime?
God, I don't know. Who knows, Mason? We'll have to figure it out.
Great, I love that.
What are we going to talk about next, though? What segment?
Oh, that's what we read?
Yep.
What are we going to read?
Here we go.
Do I have anything else queued up? I don't think I do. Let's find something.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in, sit on down. Now today, I have something pretty interesting to talk about. When you think of Florida, what's the first thing you think of? Old people, retirees. You probably think of Miami, beautiful women, unbelievable street food. You probably think of Disney World, alligators and swamps, humidity, and all those crazy Florida residents. But I'm sure one thing that maybe slips your mind is the creepiest town in all of the United States of America. And that, of course, is Clearwater, Florida. We were going to do a big video about a bunch of different creepy towns, but this specific town was so interesting and so oddly disturbing that we were just like, fuck it, we're just doing the whole thing about Clearwater. Clearwater is very, very interesting. If I could do a sales pitch to you, it's a cult buys a town. That sounds like a movie or a video game, but it's very much real life, and it's something that is so fascinating because it is still ongoing today. There's no real happy ending to the story, but it's a story nonetheless. So to really get into Clearwater, we're going to have to understand Scientology. If you've been alive while the internet has been a big thing, it's impossible to avoid Scientology. You might know a little here and there, but it's a very fascinating subject, and I think to really get into Clearwater, we should do a little brief overview of what Scientology exactly is. And also, if I have any Scientologist fans out there, sorry. So to quickly explain Scientology, it's a modern religion made by the science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard. He conceived of this religion in the 1950s. The religion follows his teachings, which are laid out in his top-selling books, Dynarex, The Modern Science of Mental Health. He's a science fiction writer, but also a lot of what Dynarex is it's just like a compilation of self-help books. Kind of cherry-picking all kinds of things from different areas of self-help, therapy and all kinds of stuff like that, and he kind of just put it into one big book, and then he threw a giant alien on it, and volcanoes. Like, if you look at the book of Dynarex, it doesn't really correlate with what's inside. And a lot of people who started following the religion in, like, the 60s, well, they loved it. I mean, it's self-help practices that are actually practical, that actually help people. It's just when you get you're in a cult, and the leader goes kind of crazy, and, he's running away from people in the ocean. We're going to get to that soon. It gets a little dicey. I think all things start with goodwill, except for Elron. I think he was just out for a quick payday. Essentially, they're a cult that brainwashes people to isolate themselves from their families and tries to use celebrity endorsements to encourage people to join them. Which, with any cult that you're in, the biggest thing with cult is that you separate entirely, and then you almost depend on this new group of people to function and actually live. But the interesting thing about Scientology is that they have the celebrity endorsement aspect. The top one, of course, being Tom Cruise. That's pretty crazy, Tom Cruise. And I mean, he is all in. There's no, they pay him. No, this motherfucker is all in. So to have a cult that has such a prominent status in LA and people are so celebrity obsessed, it's pretty easy to understand how people could get sucked into this. There's also Danny Matheson from that 70s show. He's a good guy, right? Or Leah Remini, she was Kevin James's wife on King of Queens, and now her entire life is basically trying to expose Scientology. And I will say too, just because we're listing off celebrities and stuff, if you are interested in Scientology and kind of understanding the weird ins and outs of it, there's a great Louis Theroux documentary that's very, very good. I love Louis Theroux. Shout out Louis Theroux. The church claims that there are millions of active church members, but estimates seem to think that there are less than 40,000 Scientologists worldwide. The church's influence comes from the estimated $3 billion in cash and assets it has collected from its followers. And Clearwater is the epicenter of that revenue stream. So, how did Clearwater come to be? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Scientology's start in Clearwater once again begins with L. Ron Hubbard. At the time, L. Ron Hubbard was overseeing religion from aboard a ship to avoid investigations into tax evasion and fraud, and selected Clearwater as his spiritual headquarters. So at the time, L. Ron Hubbard, he's literally living on the ocean. That's why they have a literal sect in the religion called the Sea Org. That's because of that. He was like, okay, we should get on a boat and go, because we should go. That sounds cool. And he even gave himself a captain's outfit, like a general's outfit. Unbelievable. I think it was towards the latter half of his life when he's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, all right? Even all the power and stuff like that, I think that maybe some drug use was happening, I don't know. Which, it met his criteria. It was a warm climate, it was near an international airport, and it had a hotel that could be repurposed into the Church of Scientology's main base of operations. Which, look at that. Really, honestly, it is a beautiful hotel. I would go. The church comes in, they're just like, this town's kind of a little gross, alright, it's a little party town. We're gonna clean up, we gotta introduce morals back into this party town. We need to bring morals back into town. Isn't that right, L. Ron Hubbard? Yes, that's correct! They deemed it the Project Normandy. The Church of Scientology devised a plan to take control over the city of Clearwater, which is kind of a f***ed up name to call that. Project Normandy. I'm pretty sure the Battle of Normandy, Normandy Beach in World War II, is where people just got basically massacred. So the first step was to purchase the Fort Harrison Hotel and establish it as their headquarters, which they dubbed as their flag land base. The next step was to fully investigate the Clearwater City and county area so that they could distinguish their friends from their enemies and handle as needed. The church had the members infiltrate local newspapers, community agencies, and law firms in order to spy on their enemies, which is really weird and creepy. And that's one thing you'll find with a lot of Scientologists is those motherfuckers snoop and they dig, because their entire formula for success is fear-based blackmail. And the idea that they just come in and they immediately start snooping, terrible new guest. One of their targets was the mayor of Clearwater, Gabe Cazares. He began to grow suspicious of the church's intent as they continued to buy up more real estate through their shell companies. Soon, Cazares became the church's biggest critic and called the group a terrorist group. Pretty funny. You're not in good standing whenever the literal mayor of the town is just like, does anyone else see those group of monsters hanging out over there? They're just like, what are we doing, Gabe? In an attempt to smear Gabe Cazares, the Scientologists tried staging a hit-and-run accident dubbed Speedy Gonzales. What? That's so racist. Did they have a manila envelope that said Speedy Gonzales on it, and falsely made allegations that the mayor had a second wife in Mexico, similarly dubbed Mayor Cazares Handling Project. There was also Project Taco Less, which again was another operation to ruin his career. Just racist campaign against his mayor. What's so weird is that it feels so juvenile. Speedy Gonzales. How about we name this one Project Taco Less? With every documentary I've ever seen or anything, Scientologists like to record people. Like if they see that you're recording something, they'll come out and they'll record people, and they're very childlike. If you're just like, why are you recording me? They'll be like, why are you recording me? And they'll like do the back and forth game or the mimic game, and you're just like, okay. It's funny that it carries through even into all the way down to the 70s. I wonder if there's something where they're just like, all right, well, if you do get infiltrated, we're going to act like babies. We're going to act like juvenile 8-year-olds. Rebecca, write that down. First level, always be racist. Goes up to a person, boops on the nose. All right, now go off, Tiger. Both of these smear campaigns were unsuccessful, and Cazares and his wife sued the church for $1.5 million. In 1986, the church ended up settling. Unfortunate. Today's video! These plans to take over the city were uncovered when the FBI raided the Scientology headquarters in Los Angeles and Washington. Documents showed that the United Churches of Florida was created as a front to protect church assets from seizure by the government. There was also Operation Freakout, which was a plan to get Paulette Cooper, a critic of the church, committed to a mental institution. There were also additional documents stating that Scientology had plans for complete world control.
All right.
Imagine being an FBI agent, just United Churches of Florida. It's just them documenting everything that the illegal they're doing in this front to protect all their assets, which is just a vault full of gold. They also claim they own a dragon. That can't possibly be true. Because of the raids, 11 church leaders were charged with conspiring to steal government documents, theft of government documents, and conspiring to obstruct justice. And even though plans to take over Clearwater were halted, this did not stop the church from continuing to buy as much property as they could. Over the next 4 decades after settling there, the church had amassed 58 properties in Clearwater under its name. 49 of them were downtown, and 73% of the property is tax-exempt for religious purposes. And in the 1990s, Scientology magazine, one of the church's listed goals for 2000 was to, quote, make Clearwater known as the first Scientology city in the world. Bro is trying to become the Holy Roman Empire. But that's just the thing, is that their pockets are so deep, they're able to go in like McDonald's and buy up all these real estate options to where they probably control
Alright.
all of the downtown property.
There is Dyna Diver.
In any given city. Might not be New
The action feature here is that you can take these hatches and expose missile racks. That's it. It's basically the whole thing it does. Again, this is no paint, no stickers. I'll deal with this another time. But yeah, straight build. Looking nice. It is a submarine, quote unquote. I put that in heavy quotes. Extremely heavy quotes. We're not quite done building tonight, but I'll take a quick breather.
New York levels, but we're talking about Clearwater Roman Empire. But that's just the thing, is that their pockets are so deep, they're able to go in like McDonald's and buy up all these real estate options to where they probably control almost all of the downtown property, or at least a large portion of it. 49's a lot in any given city. Might not be New York levels, but we're talking about Clearwater, Florida here. All right, just want to put that out there. Which Clearwater campus is home to Flag, or flagship campus for Scientology. They put a lot of emphasis on it. It's like it's one of their bases, if not base for all of their operations. And a lot of the things that they did in Clearwater too was they would train a lot of operatives there. People would move there, and they would usually work for free, and you would just sleep on a cot and eat beans. That's what it was like, and you're just like, we're like, la 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 la. I'm so happy, and it hurts to put my hands in the ocean, but that's okay. Scientologists all around the world travel there, and it's designed to host established followers. Many important training courses take place here, so it makes sense why they are trying to isolate and take over the city. They want people to come on in who are already established. They don't have to worry about all the bullshit of doing the Thetan level things. You have to hold it, and people are just like, what the fuck is this? This is stupid. And they're like, no, it's really cool, actually. I'm going to leave. Please stay. No, I'm seriously going to go. And like, there goes another one. They want to have people who are already brainwashed, essentially. But when they go there, they're trying to have people flock to the city to make it look more legitimate. And to once again, seriously, like,
So to make Dyna Diver, Dyna Soldier Diver combine, real complicated.
One of the main courses here is Chief Training for Class 5 Org Staff, which is the highest level of staff. If you're Class 5, that's when you're learning about Xenu. You know, you paid your dues. Because also another thing about Scientology is to level up, you have to pay. You have to put money into it. It isn't just about doing good work. I'm a good guy. Cool. Write us a check. It's the pyramid schemes of all pyramid schemes is kind of what it is. They're auditing for OT7, Truth Revealed. These are the ultimate secrets of Hubbard's teaching, which is about doomsday prophecies where Hubbard will come back from the dead in a messiah-like role to halt the enslavement of his followers. So they're apparently going to get enslaved somehow, but he's going to come back. You want to come back? This is the guy. Can he come back looking cooler? You know? The campus collects millions of dollars each week through fundraising and payments for expensive courses and high-level religious counseling not offered anywhere else. It is said that visitors are expected to stay in Scientology's hotels and eat at private church restaurants. If you're spending money at Clearwater, you're spending money at a Scientology thing. They will milk you dry. The upper levels of the Sea Org are also trained there, which the Sea Org is also trained.
Like, it doesn't actually sit on
to
anything, it
explain
just
what Sea Org
is here and he
exactly.
grips the
It's a
handles here.
division of the Church of
And that's it.
Scientology. They're paramilitary organizations, which they don't really have any. It's like dress up. It's very, you know, it's pretend. Before establishing themselves in Clearwater, the Sea Org existed on a fleet of sea vessels because of the tax evasion. Their members signed billion-year contracts and work non-stop, and usually for free. And according to Scientology beliefs, members are expected to return to the Sea Org when they are reborn. That's a drag. Their motto is Revenimus, which of course translates to "We come back." That's creepy. That is so creepy. Revenomous! Defectors have claimed that they were paid less than $50 a week for their services. And the Sea Org members are also victims of human trafficking, which is a lot of fun. They're often brought from other countries, tempted to join by offering a legitimate way of entering the United States. You want to live in America? It's nice here. Ooh, you landed in Clearwater? Yikes. So after the 70s, they had to die down because the FBI came in and they found all their crayon drawings and all their applesauce cups and their spit bibs and stuff and their hard hats. And this was the next time that they really pushed on Clearwater, which Scientology's footprint expanded in the area, and so did Clearwater's beach's popularity for tourists. Business downtown struggled to stay open, and city leaders spent millions of dollars improving the area, and in 2016, city consultants began planning a $64 million effort to reinvigorate the downtown waterfront. Then, something happened. In the first 2 months of 2017, a handful of companies bought 6 commercial properties downtown for $26 million. It seems that the church had their own revitalization plan. And after a bid over an aquarium didn't go in their favor, the church had an explosion of purchases and non-church business owners were forced out. And let me tell you, with locals, it was war. The church doubled its footprint in less than 3 years. Business owners were offered cash with values 2 to 4 times the property's value. Most of these businesses didn't have buildings for sale, but they had to accept. The offer was strong, but also businesses for most of these places was bad since Clearwater had become a ghost town for tourists, and the locals knew not to come there. Years and years of the Sea Org being there, a lot of these weird Scientology people walking around scared.
I also never showed off Wing Combine, did I?
32 companies bought 92 downtown properties.
No, it's
totaling at a cost of $103 million, and $99 million of that was paid cash. Most of the buildings purchased had been
Striker
sitting
Combine. We
empty
can do that
and
one.
unused.
So
Some
let's.
of the shop fronts are just for show, and it evokes the feeling of fake town similar to North Korea and China. Trying to evoke the same thing as like thinking that it's a prosperous town, trying to think that like, oh, business is going on here, but it looks like a set at Disney World. It has left Clearwater as mostly a ghost town. You might look into a store and it's just the uncanny effect that there's nothing behind there. It's almost like this is a stage play. Uniformed employees of Scientology's Sea Org walk the streets at all times of day and night. The Sea Org agents will follow and photograph anyone that is caught walking through the area. If you were even just in town, God forbid you didn't know anything about it and you were just walking through, how creepy is it that a uniformed person with a camera would just follow you? And not only one person, but probably multiple people would follow you with cameras, record you, they probably don't respond to you asking what's going on, and you are forced to leave and you probably just feel like you're in danger the entire time that you're down there. So this is a snapshot taken from Google Maps. It's of a skywalk between 2 of the churches of Scientology, and it is reported that these skywalks were built to keep members of Sea Org from interacting with the public. So not only that, but even while they were probably buying up property, they were making these sky bridges. You could be walking there and you just see people up in the windows and you'll never see them again. There's just so much more mystery behind the eyes of a stranger when you know that they're in a cult. We did find this case on Lisa McPherson, which is interesting. It's a woman from the 90s. This is just something horrific that was seen by the public in the town of Clearwater while things are going on, and this is what happened during that time. So in 1995, Lisa McPherson, a member of the church who was having a mental health crisis, was stripped naked in public, begging for help. She was eventually taken into custody by members of the church who forcibly removed her from state care. She was subjected to 17 days of auditing to cure her mental condition, and she later had died from a blood clot caused by severe dehydration. The church faced 2 felony charges, but they were later dropped after the medical examiner ruled the death as an accident. The Lisa McPherson thing is horrible, but it's not surprising, unfortunately, because the Scientology has a thing they call as quote-unquote fair game policy that allows for aggressive tactics against perceived enemies of the church. This has included stalking, harassment, and legal battles against former members and critics. They have all the deep pockets of the world. They have all these empty-brained people walking around with cameras that are...
So here is Striker Combined, because I didn't show it off last time.
Think that you're that much of a threat. You're going to get struck down in the street, and who would even see it? No one!
I think
Because
it's just kind of
it's a town run completely by these crazy...
very much just you stick the
Let's go back to Tom.
car on the arms. These don't attach very smoothly, do they?
A video of himself touring the penthouse while under construction, and the Church of Scientology demanded that he take it down. He was then stalked and followed by members of the church. Eventually, he found cameras planted in front of his
So yeah,
house.
Wing Combine is definitely the best of the 3 combinations here.
What's insane to think is that
But Striker Combine, at least it's something.
when you hear stuff from overseas,
Um,
North Korea, and you hear stuff
So I actually have with me
that makes it look like their country is prospering and people are
the SSSS Gridman stuff. So here's Gridman, Sky Veter, Buster Boar, Bottle Tracto Max, and Caliber. So, like I said, in this case, the parallel combination here is with Boar, not Boar, with Max. So he will combine like this. I don't have the right hands here. Yes, I do. Let's get your closed fists. So no, wait, no, there's separate pieces to stick in the wrists for the combination specifically. I forgot. It's been so long since I did this. So I'll grab those from this baggie of optional parts. You can actually swap out the entire arm structure, but I will not do that right now. So what happens is this goes here. So that's the comparative combination. Max Gridman and Dyna Soldier Striker combined. That's that equivalent. Then there is get out. Combination with Boar is also similar. I broke that earlier, so that's whatever. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. This one in particular is very weird. So we gotta twist that out. Okay, I remember now. Try to save this for a photo session, but I'm already doing this, so whatever. That goes. So that's a chest joint. That goes there. His thing comes out of his chest. Needs the grabbing hands. I don't think he needs the... Yeah, just those hands are fine. Okay. I'm supposed to have the head, the helmet, isn't he? So that's Buster Gridman, I think, is the name. I don't know. That sounds right. These are both pretty analogous, but this is definitely closer to, and I guess this is kind of the diver combined. It doesn't have a great comparison. Wing and strike would be the most obvious. So I guess that's kind of a diver, and then so that's kind of the one, and then the equivalent. Well, this is, I don't think I showed this off on camera. That's Buster Gridman, and then we've got the cannons there that open up, so that's similar also to the diver here. It's not perfect. Dynazenon has a bit of a theme of land, sea, and air. Not as present on Gridman, but what you gonna do? Let me take this off. So the best in both ones, well, the best one for Gridman here is with Sky. I can't think today. For Dynazenon, Sky Dyna Wing is its best combination far and away, and I will demonstrate that here if I can get this bit off. I've got some issues with some of the choices they made on this kit. Not having these able to rotate all the way, having these blocked. Very strange choice. These go down. These tap in. Oh, I forgot to do something here. These go. There. So that's Dyna Soldier Wing combined, which actually looks decent. Got a port here, yes. Of course that makes it fall off, but whatever. Actually, the stand I'll be using this for Sky Gridman, whatever. Let me combine this. So Sky Gridman. I think it's supposed to. No, I think this is supposed to stay in. I truly don't recall. This one's going to be risky. This is how his leg broke. Should be able to keep it. I'm going to keep the weight off of the leg, off the knee joint there. It's tricky because there's only one peg in the bottom of his foot. It's really hard to get it tabbed in. And yada yada. Put this back in. Close it. Put that in. Close it. Leg cover. Leg cover. And then this goes on his back. So that's Sky Gridman, like I said, and Dyna Soldier Wing Combine. Similar concept. Switch these around a little bit. Let me use the stand extender here. put this in. Because this is Gridman's stand, so it's meant to hold up Gridman in his various modes. Trying very hard to not break Gridman's leg. Okay. There's Gridman wing combine and Sky Meter. Or excuse me. Grid SSSS. That's Gridman wing combine and no, Dyna Soldier wing combine and Gridman Sky Gridman. Those are the jet combinations, individual jet combinations. So that's how those go. I'm not even gonna bother putting Boar back in his mode. Also, Gridman Caliber exists. He holds it as a sword. Doesn't do anything special besides that. It forms the chest armor for full power Gridman, which is cool. Looks like that. So yeah, that's that. Anyway, got too much going on this table now. So let me get some stuff put back away. And then we'll get on the rest of our build. Just a few bits and bobs left to go. Oh, when I did Max Gridman, I forgot to put his helmet on. Silly me. That's not what's a Max Gridman, the one with the big arms. You get the idea. Looks like a football helmet. SSSS Gridman was my second or maybe my third ever SMP sort of mini plug kit. No, maybe not. Third or fourth, I forget, because I got Voltron in 2018. Then in fall of 2019, I got for Christmas 2019, I was gifted the Shogun Megazord. Then in spring of 2020, I bought both Gridman and SSSS Gridman and Don Kuga. I forget which one I built first. Might have been Don Kuga. And then that kicked off from there. So it was either the third or fourth kit that I built. Not showing its age. It's about 5 years old now. Bits are broken and yada yada. Just stuff I built this with pliers and just a metal sander. It was some big nubs there that I couldn't clip off. Wire cutters I think I used. Good times, good times. Alright. Now then, enough reminiscing. Let's get this combined back. Combined is the wrong word because it's just a D transformation. If anything, let's get my video resumed.
Really happy. You think you property because of these events. Do you blame them? What's insane to think is that Clearwater, this is something that's still going on, and something that is in the United States. When you hear stuff from overseas, like North Korea, and you hear stuff that's like, they have a fake town that makes it look like their country is prospering and people are really happy, you think that could never happen here on your home turf, or in a place like America, maybe Florida. You could maybe expect it in Florida, of all places. It is insane to think that this is something that just is ongoing and exists, and that there are currently people who are brainwashed, living and giving all of their valuable human years to this organization that is just pumping them dry. There's really nothing more horrifying than something that is just so blatantly real and in your face. To have the monsters of the town, the people who were once humans, who are now just these soulless people walking around harassing and recording people and serving some kind of crazy mission that they believe to be true. It's frightening. I would love to go. I'd love to go and surf. I think, in my opinion, that this is the creepiest town in America. I'd be very curious if you guys have any other creepy towns that we can cover. Do you think this is the creepiest town or not? I don't know. Tell us other creepy towns. I'd love to figure out some stuff. Until next time, thank you so much for watching this video, and hey, don't join a cult. We'll see you next time.
Good advice.
That's how I feel. There's nothing hard away from me.
All right. Put you off to the side here. Separate wing. Pull something else up to watch.
This is an IBM ThinkPad 765L, and this is an Apple PowerBook 3400 Intel PowerPC. But today, through the magic of Apple's most bohemian 90s operating system, we're installing the same version of Apple Rhapsody on both of these machines. So stay tuned. And if you have extremely specific and obscure taste in computer nostalgia, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel. Rhapsody is a late 90s Apple operating system that, shockingly, was released for a brief time for both Apple and PC. The story of how it came to be is pretty interesting, filled with corporate betrayal, spite, desperate acquisitions, and the redemption of Steve Jobs at Apple. I've covered it a few times in the past, so I'll link to some of those videos below. But today, we're going to mess around with what I think is the most unique aspect of this OS, the somewhat surreal possibility of running the same version of an Apple OS on a 90s Mac and a 90s PC, side by side. So today, that's exactly what I want to do. On the PC side, I have this ThinkPad 765L, which is a machine that I was searching for quite a while because it's almost entirely compatible and has a big, beautiful active matrix color display and some weird design quirks. And on the Macintosh side, I have this lovely PowerBook 3400C, which I got from my friend Mike of Mike's Mess. It's one of the best possible Apple laptops to run Rhapsody on for many of the same reasons. Compatibility, beautiful active matrix display. Speaking of beautiful screens though, this 3400C needs a little attention. The LCD has a few flaws in it. Fortunately, I got this replacement LCD and housing, which is in, well, physically beautiful condition and was sold as perfect working condition. We'll quickly swap this in, and hopefully that's the case.
Okay.
I love these super goofy RAM modules these old PowerBooks used. 32 megabytes. Oh yeah, it looks great, look at that. No flaws, no dead pixels, just some dirt. And then while I'm in here, might as well give Rhapsody something a little more solid state to install on, instead of this questionable hard drive. With a nice good old-fashioned 32 gig CF card in an adapter. Good news! Everything has gone horribly wrong. As I was assembling and testing this 3400C, I suddenly got that oh-so-familiar acrid stench of burning electronics from somewhere up in this area, and yeah, it stopped booting. So, this is the perfect excuse to ditch this 3400C and replace it with this which is not a 3400C. It's the original PowerBook G3. It is the last laptop that Apple really officially supported with Rhapsody. In fact, Rhapsody doesn't support its particular video card and doesn't know what a G3 processor is, but Apple actually released patches for it that we can apply. Now, the reason I didn't want to start off with this laptop, even though I bought it specifically to run Rhapsody, is because it's not really going to be a fair fight with the ThinkPad. Because I suspect the PowerBook G3 Kanga is going to be much faster than the old ThinkPad. This is maybe 133 megahertz Pentium. This is a 200 something megahertz G3. Okay, so we've actually already installed Rhapsody on this PowerBook G3 before, but that was on an SSD. So we're going to do a fresh install of DR2 on the CF card to give the ThinkPad a sporting chance. Okay, so this is the Rhapsody DR2 PowerPC install disk, and funny story, I actually had to fix this install image because it didn't boot up correctly, and we did that in a previous video. If you want to install this on your own PowerPC Mac, go to the Macintosh Garden in the link down in the description, because there is my fixed Rhapsody DR2 image for download. Alright, here we are in the next step style installer for Rhapsody. Quite cool. Alright, install complete. Let's restart. Look at that. A 90s ThinkPad and a 90s PowerBook running the same version of the same 90s Apple operating system side by side. Now, there are some differences here, which I think we'll get into first and compare these, but I must say there are some issues I ran into installing Rhapsody DR2 on this PowerBook, which I kind of glossed over the last time we did it. But I'm going to explain the workarounds that I used to make it a little more bearable, but we'll do that after we have some fun with these. So the first thing to note are the displays. The ThinkPad has a glorious 1024 by 768 resolution, whereas this Kanga can only display Rhapsody in 800 by 600. However, look at how much more beautiful the PowerBook's display is. The colors are so much richer and more vibrant than the poor old ThinkPad. But let's start this off with a quick login test, and we'll see which one gets to the desktop first. They are both booting off of the same type of CF card, but the PowerBook is much faster. But look at that, actually. The ThinkPad, despite being much slower, got to the desktop much more quickly than the PowerBook. Let's drag Windows around and see what that looks like. Yeah, the display on the PowerBook is much nicer. And networking does work on the PowerBook, so we can pop over to rhapsodyos.org and download some useful stuff. Well, OmniWeb works pretty great. We'll get the last version of OmniWeb and the patches for this PowerBook Kanga. Alright, let's try launching some other stuff side by side to see how they compare. Starting with everyone's favorite game, Boink Out. Well, it opened immediately on the Kanga. For some reason, it's running very fast on the ThinkPad. Oh my god. It's, well, impossible to play on the ThinkPad. Alright, my favorite thing to try, GNU Chess, which is the same chess that's made its way all the way through the years in Mac OS. And that one launched much faster on the ThinkPad. Wow, that is weird. It's so funny to see these running the same applications with the same window decorations right next to each other. Yeah, screen redraw on the PowerBook is much better than the ThinkPad. Alright, remember stickies from the classic Mac OS? Yeah, Rhapsody has stickies and stickies on the ThinkPad. Ah, that's so funny. I love Rhapsody. If we fancy watching a film, we can open up QuickTime Player. We'll open the sample movie at the same time. Let's play both at the same time. Oh my god. It's a different video on the Mac. Look at that. We found a very weird, obscure difference. Rhapsody DR2 includes a slightly different sample QuickTime video on Intel versus PowerPC. This is the kind of late-breaking news you come to this channel for. Alright, let's use the sound app on both of these to see if we can record and play back audio. This is a test of the Macintosh broadcasting system. This is a test of the Macintosh broadcasting system. Now, here's something that only the PowerBook can do in Rhapsody, and that's the blue box macOS environment. Wow, that was a heck of a chime. Yeah, this gives us a macOS 8.1 environment through the blue box enabler. And actually, I don't know how much slower this is than just running it natively, because this is running on the CPU. So yeah, this is actually pretty quick, and we can see the macOS 9 partition here. So we can actually share stuff back and forth and just launch it from within Rhapsody. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about issues you might have installing Rhapsody DR2 on a PowerPC Mac. You see, Rhapsody has its own file system, and the Mac does not by default recognize it as a boot volume like it would if it was a Mac OS boot volume. So the Rhapsody installer actually sets up parameter RAM variables in open firmware to point to the bootloader for Rhapsody on its partition. But if your PRAM gets erased by, say, not having a working PRAM battery in a 20-something-year-old laptop and not having working main battery, well, the Mac is not going to know how to get back to Rhapsody. Let me show you. We will shut down the computer, unplug it, and take out the surprisingly still functional lithium-ion battery. Now when we put everything back together, it's going to boot right up into our macOS 9 partition. And if we go into Control Panels, Startup Disk, well, there's no Rhapsody here either. So it is not obvious how to get back to Rhapsody. If you look in the documentation on the Rhapsody install CD, it talks about needing to copy this multi-booter application to your macOS partition or drive.
Okay, then these
in
hands
order
get
to be able to see your Rhapsody partition, and this can actually tell Open Firmware how to get back to that partition and boot from it. So this one here is our Rhapsody install on our CF card. Now I ran into an additional issue. Ah, yeah, it just did it. Sometimes when you click save for the boot up disk, you get an error. So what I actually did was copy over not just that multi-boot application, but also the one from macOS Server, which is the final version of Rhapsody actually, and that's under Utilities and System Disk Utilities on the macOS 10 Server install CD, and there's an extension and a system disk application, which is just an updated version of the multi-booter app. And I have found that when one app doesn't work, the other will, and if neither works, reboot and try them both again. Then we're going to have to restart. Alright, and after a quick reboot, voila, this time it worked. So now when we restart, we'll boot back up into Rhapsody. Beautiful. Now, I just want to briefly mention there is an ulterior reason why I'm doing this video now. You see, I'm going out to the inaugural VCF SoCal next week, and I wanted to have an exhibit that I could bring with me in a suitcase. And I thought, what better than running Rhapsody on a pair of unlikely twins? Because I found that a lot of people don't actually know this part of the history of Apple, and it's so freaking interesting. 3 unlikely friends running Apple's most obscure operating system.
Let's get blue in the back of the hand.
Okay, so this was a really fun video to make. I don't know if you can tell, but I really like Apple Rhapsody. And I take any opportunity to mess around with it and show it off to people. So I can't wait to bring this stuff to VCF SoCal, and I hope I'll see you there. But that'll do it for today's video. If you enjoyed it, I'd appreciate a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more shenanigans like this, please subscribe down below. And thank you very much for watching.
That video was not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be about Windows on Mac. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was Microsoft Windows for Mac OS, for Mac Apple computer. So. Oh, what it was. Oh, I did want to watch this one, didn't I?
Hasbro owns the Transformers brand, but they don't own the idea of a transforming toy. As a result, there's been many Transformer-style toys produced by other companies. Today I'm going to journey into history and talk about some of these toys. From the early 2000s to last year, we're going to be enjoying a variety of transforming products. A few exceptions though. First, Hasbro did make their own crossover Transformers, including Jurassic Park, Top Gun, and going back to the early 2000s, they also did a Marvel series of Transformers and a Star Wars series of Transformers. All of those feel like a topic for another video. Since they are made by Hasbro, even stuff like the Animorphs toys, I would consider real Transformers. Today we're only going to be talking about unique brands of transforming toys. What's up y'all, Jake here, dumb as ever, and before we get started, I just want to ask you, if you enjoy content like this, please consider liking and subscribing. It'll help me out a lot. I'm putting a lot of work into this channel, I'm uploading consistently, and I just want to talk about cool stuff. The first toy I want to talk about is actually not directly a Transformers style toy. It's more a Bionicle style toy. Mega Bloks' Neo Shifters. Yes, Neo Shifters. These figures were articulated, transforming, buildable figures. But the catch is they only transformed into a ball. The ball form seemed to be some sort of like spaceship form according to the commercials. They can like fly around. I was actually super jealous of a friend of mine that had some Neo Shifters when I was a kid. They were honestly so cool to me. Their fingers were articulated, and inside their chest they had a little guy. It kind of reminded me of Minicons from Transformers Armada. And the little guy could run around. I can't really tell if the little guy is the pilot or if he's like just a pilot's friend, or is he like R2-D2, who knows. During my research I watched a few Mega Bloks commercials, and I think that they were maybe kind of cooking in the 2000s with their original IP. Could be a future video. Comment down below if you'd be interested in that. Next up I want to talk about more recent toy lines. From 52 Toys, Beastbox has been a line I've been very interested in. These are Transformers that turn into boxes. Just cuties. literal cube. And what is so appealing about them? It's fun to see how they turn these different creatures into boxes, and the creature design is honestly pretty awesome. It's got a lot of Zoids influence. The clear parts on all of them also remind me of like earlier toy days of translucent plastic, Energon Transformers type of stuff. I do have a few of these guys. I have Echo Blaster, the parrot, and this dog whose name I forgot. They're both really awesome figures. I like Echo Blaster a lot more. He's just more cartoonish and looks more animated and has more fun posability options. The dog is just a little difficult to pose for me personally. 52 Toys is also making a series called
Alright, so that's some alternate hands.
That turn into animals, and I really dig this idea. I like what I've seen. All the Beast Drive vehicles come with little pilots inside, which is so freaking cute, but I don't really want to talk about them that much. I'd really like to get a few and make a video on them because they're so cool, and I think the idea is just sick. It feels like a natural evolution from the Beast-a-Box idea. Oh, hey, sorry, didn't see you there. I was just bumping the Digi-Rap, you know, from the best movie ever made, Digimon the movie. I am a lifelong Digimon fan, and the first 3 seasons were a big part of my childhood. And the cool thing about Digimon is they digivolve, they change, right? And Bandai saw this and decided, hey, we can do that. So we ended up with these toys that would transform from one form to the other with incredibly varying results. Seriously, these guys are goofy looking sometimes, but also sometimes they're really good. Like the Agumon toy, that guy was awesome. He turned all the way into War Greymon. Warp Digivolve, baby! My personal favorite was my Gargomon 2 Rapidmon, since I loved him in the movie. I watched the movie a lot more than Season 3, so that's kind of what I associate Gargomon with the most. And this toy, looking back now, looking at it, it's obviously quite crappy. Even the Gargomon mode, which is better of the two, probably looks weird and the proportions are strange. It's funny what we find acceptable when we're children, but even today I would love and cherish this thing. They're awesome. I like the attempt, even if the attempt wasn't the best. And honestly, I'd love to dive into more Digimon toys, because it didn't really seem like they knew 100% what they were doing in the West with Digimon in regards to merch. Now, straight out of 2023, we gotta talk about Jurassic World.
One more offshoot thing to build. If you've noticed, in the last 4, well, in each of the streams, there's been one purple frame that I couldn't do anything with. It's finally time to put them all together because they make a little dragon statue that belongs to the girl Chinami or Chiaki, I forget her name, which ultimately becomes Goldburn. But let's build this. Then I'll show you Dynazenon.
Dinosaur toys. What's hilarious is they decided to make their own transforming dinosaur toys. What's hilarious is they've done 2 collabs with the real Transformers recently, so I guess Mattel just saw that those 2 sets did well, and we're like, what if we just did our own, maybe? I don't know. It seems kind of funny in terms of timing. These Fierce Changers are kind of interesting, so there's a few different ones. They're little eggs that turn turn into baby dinosaurs. A T-Rex, a Dilophosaurus, one looks like a little baby Indominus, I think. And then we also have these dinosaurs that go from herbivores to carnivores, which is an interesting concept. And finally, the big boy is dinosaurs that go from herbivores to carnivores, which is an interesting concept. And finally, the big boy is a Jurassic Park Jeep that transforms into a T-Rex, the main T-Rex, Rexy. This T-Rex has seen some shit. Just speaking plainly, the robot mode, or dinosaur mode rather, looks terrible. The kibble on the legs is just atrocious. And then the Jeep mode is also bad. The wheels look way too small on it. Proportions are just all wrong. The transformation for it looks like a headache. It looks terrible. I kind of want it to see for myself, but it looks very panely, which is always an annoying trend if you're a Transformers fan, is to deal with a bunch of little panels. So this line leaves a lot to be desired. I'm not sure they're even gonna continue something like this. It seemed very experimental. The thing I like the most out of this is the eggs. I think the eggs are interesting, sort of like the beast boxing. If you just made dinosaurs that turned into eggs, that could be fun. But they need to have 52 Toys level engineering instead of what they got going on right now. Rounding out our journey, we need to talk about the time before Hasbro when Toy Biz was king. Toy Biz, they used to own the Marvel license. For a very long time they owned the Marvel license, till Hasbro got it sometime in the early 2000s. And during their time with the license, Toy Biz did attempt to make a few transforming toys. First we'll talk about the Marvel Megamorphs. Huge mechs that the Marvel heroes use to fight Doctor Doom. A fun premise, a fun little toy line. Not much about them on YouTube. I had a hard time finding footage, but I distinctly remember the commercials for these toys on TV, though I never had any myself, or can't even remember seeing them in stores. These Megamorphs were pretty cool. They came with little figures of the superheroes that you would put inside the big robots, and then the robots would turn into vehicles, kind of. They were pretty crappy transforming toys, to be honest. You could definitely tell that Toy Biz wasn't used to this type of stuff. They had some pretty cool Megamorphs figures though, like Ghost Rider and the Hulk, but that wasn't Toy Biz's only foray into transforming toys. They also made the Shapeshifters line, which was several Marvel characters, mostly Spider-Man characters, that would transform into animals.
I still have to Venom one of those.
Into an alligator. The Rhino turned into you can probably guess what the Rhino turned into. These figures also looked like crap. Yeah, they were just more action figure than Transformer. I think these are better figures than the Megamorphs personally, but they're still not great. Well, there you go. Some transforming toys that are not Transformers. I had a lot of fun looking up all these toys. Really nostalgic time. Let me know if you saw anything you want me to expand on here, because I would be down to talk about any of this stuff in more detail. And once again, if you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing. It would help me out a ton. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.
We're all adults here. Let's talk about our favorite little buttons. All the modern controllers. We have officially gotten to a point where this is getting kind of fucking boring. However, thankfully, I think we're at a point where, like, this is like one of the best lineup of controllers we've ever really had. But it's strange because I wish either things were way more standardized or things were more different. Because right now, like, these controllers are all very similar, but also quite a bit different in terms of what they feature, what some of them may be missing, etc. And I just kind of want to talk about each one and potentially talk about which one is my favorite, because I'm not really sure which one is my favorite as I'm talking about it right now, but maybe if I talk about it a little more, I'll figure it out. First up, the PlayStation 5 DualSense controller. Now, I don't know if a lot of other people think the same way, but I've talked to other people about this, and the PlayStation 4 controller, the DualShock 4, when that originally released, I thought like, wow, this is an incredible controller. It was phenomenal. It felt great. It had great new features. But as the generation went on, I disliked the controller more and more. And now, like, I want nothing to do with that damn thing. It honestly just feels flimsy now. And out of all the controllers I've had, that one has constantly just given me problems in terms of just not working. I have so many PS4 controllers that just don't work now. I don't know why, and I can probably do a little something to them to get them to work again, but like, I've just had like a lot of problems with like these controllers disconnecting from my console and it not being obvious how to reconnect it, but it also felt the most flimsy. It had the worst battery life. That thing would not stay on for like more than 20 minutes. But now we have the DualSense, ridding the world of the DualShock name, which you know, is something when that was originally announced to happen, where it was like, yep, this is the PS5 controller. It was kind of like, it's just like, oh man, they're moving on from the DualShock. How unfortunate. But also people were like, oh, they're moving on from the DualShock. Unfortunate. Oh no. It's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of like a legacy thing of like, oh wow, they're done with that thing, which is interesting because like DualSense, like it's obviously done just to kind of like, it's a marketing thing. Oh my god, it's the DualSense? This controller is incredible! But yeah, honestly, this controller feels great! And I don't know if this is going to become like a PS4 thing later on where I'm just like, I don't like this thing. But yeah, I really love the feel of this controller. It feels heavy in the hands. It feels substantial. It doesn't feel as flimsy as previous PlayStation controllers. Specifically, like the PlayStation 3's is really bad about that. That damn controller feels like there's nothing to it. The PS4 controller was definitely a little better, but this is definitely the best. I think the problem with me about this controller, though, is it doesn't really feel like you can ever get, like, fully comfortable with it. And what I mean with that is, like, really treat it like garbage. This feels like it's like this little prince's controller, you know? Like, it's just like, oh, treat it with respect, treat it as if it was royalty. You know, like, it just looks so futuristic and advanced, where it doesn't really feel like you can just kind of treat it like a normal video game controller. You can just, you know, like, beat around. But because of that, out of all of the controllers of the current generation, it feels the most futuristic. It feels the most next gen. A lot of its features were kind of pioneered by the Nintendo Switch, at least with this current generation of gaming, you know, specifically HD Rumble, as the Nintendo Switch puts it. A lot of the DualSense's cool features kind of comes from its really advanced rumble, its really advanced triggers, basically allowing the triggers to have much more resistance during specific moments in games. When you're firing a gun with the trigger, it's going to shake a little bit, and it might just pose a little bit of resistance sometimes. And yeah, I can understand why a lot of people are like, I don't like that. I can definitely see it getting in the way and also being kind of a nuisance. I remember in Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, whenever I'd fire a gun, it would feel like the trigger kind of like clanks a little bit, like, and like, that was kind of cool, but I can also see that getting really annoying. So thankfully, in many games, you can turn that off. And while you can turn some things off, a lot of things just feel a little creepy, though. There's a microphone in this controller, and by default, it's on. It's always on, and when you get a trophy in a PlayStation game, it records what's going on when you get that trophy. So, yeah, if you screech at the top of your lungs and say some truly heinous shit, yeah, you're kind of f***ed. And yeah, you can hit this button and you can mute yourself. However, it just feels kind of weird because when you mute the controller, the light turns on here, and that just kind of makes it feel like they don't want you to mute the controller. Just that light being on implies that it's kind of like, it's just like, oh, what are you doing? It feels like you're wasting battery by muting the controller, which feels like the opposite of what should happen. You should save energy by muting the thing. Which you know, I want to save as much power as I can with this controller because the battery life is horrendous. Lucky if you get like 4 hours out of this. It's pretty bad. And I understand there's a lot going on in this controller, but when you kind of get down to it, you know, like, it's definitely more advanced than the Switch Pro controller, but it does kind of have a similar feature set. It has more, but it has a similar feature set. And when this has like 20 hours of battery life, I just start to question things. Like, what's going on here that truly makes it like 15 hours less battery life? Like, it's just annoying. And yeah, you have the touchpad brought over from the PS4 controller, so, you know, you can continue not using that. And it uses USB-C to charge, which is a welcome addition. Overall, I do quite like the PS4 controller. I feel like its features still feel really cool to this day, even 2 years into the console's life. I feel like they are genuinely like really fun and cool features. They may not be game-changing, but they do make this controller stand apart. It makes this controller feel unique. It makes the PlayStation 5 feel unique. And I feel like, you know, it kind of makes me prefer playing games on the PS5 to like the Xbox Series X, just because it feels like a more next-gen and unique experience on the PlayStation 5. Mostly due to this controller, which in comparison, the Xbox Series X controller and Series S controller, well, this controller design has been tested by time as like pretty much perfect. It is one of the best controller designs, but like this is it. Looking at this compared to like the Xbox One controller, yeah, they pretty much added this little share button, which I have never used. Everything these days is all about like, oh man, give us the quickest possible way to share this to social media. I'm just like, what an embarrassing feature to add to your controller when that's pretty much like the only major feature added. Pretty much some of like the only major things they did with this controller is kind of just retexture some things. The triggers have a bit more of a grip to them compared to the Xbox Ones, which these are a lot slipperier. This has a much more fingerprint heavy coating to the trigger, which definitely makes it a lot easier to slip off of. The Xbox Series X controller has this rougher texture to it, which does
so that becomes Goldburn, which enables the combination along to Kaiser Grid Knight.
I'm not really sure if it's necessarily like better. It's a little better, I think, but it's just kind of different. Like that's just my opinion between the two. Like it's just like, yeah, this is probably a little better, but at the end of the day, I don't really think it matters much. I mean, believe me, people really care about their D-pads. But to me personally, a lot of the games I'm playing on Xbox, I'm not really using the D-pad on, so, you know, it's just kind of like, eh. I think what's nice about this controller is that it is simpler. There's not as much going on here.
It's probably going to get thrown in a box or something. All right, so.
Which, hey, you can kind of say whether that's convenient or not. You do have the option. I think that's what Xbox is really advertising with this. You have the option to use batteries, or you can get one of their play and charge kits. And that way you have the best of both worlds. Of course, you have to pay for the play and charge kit, but
first of all,
the simplicity does
Dynarex.
You'd think. For how many less features this has compared to the PS5 controller, this one isn't like that much cheaper. I mean,
clean up my stuff
here.
here.
Xbox controllers. This is like $65, and it's like this doesn't have like that much different compared to like the Xbox 360 controller, and that was like significantly less when that system was new. Of course, prices change. I think we all have to get used to that. Things are going to be more expensive these days compared to like 10 years ago, but it just feels weird when the competition has significantly more features in their controller, yet this one is pretty comparable in price. I think one of the big things this controller is missing is a gyroscope. I'm just like, come on. I understand like a lot of the people that are buying Xbox games, like they don't want a gyroscope in their controller, but it's just because like they think of it as like, oh man, if there's a gyroscope in my controller, they're gonna make me move my fingers, and I don't like that. I understand Xbox gamers, we have a lot of bad memories of motion control, but gyroscopes in controllers are very useful. You can just look at gyro aiming in games on PlayStation 5, on Nintendo Switch. It is a good feature to have. It's something that's just non-intrusive, really damn good. It's a good option, you know, like if it's the only option you have, it's kind of annoying, I get that, but it's like, I like having that as an option. It's good for accessibility purposes. Thankfully, though, Xbox did put out, you know, the Xbox accessibility controller, which literally makes it like possible for so many people to play so many different types of games. Which, hey, I mean, like if the standard controller doesn't have a bunch of different features. At the very least, Xbox does offer that, but I just kind of wish their standard controller had a couple extra little doodads in it. This is the same damn controller that released with the Xbox One with like a couple of texture changes pretty much. But at the end of the day, this is a controller that's never truly going to go out of style. I can see this at the end of the generation being still like a really damn good controller. With a PS5 controller, I feel like it's a little more up in the air. I kind of feel like my opinion of this controller may lower as the generation goes on. With the Xbox controller, it's boring,
Pull the wing bits off.
which is, you know, kind of a fault, but it's also like, that's kind of a pro of it, honestly. Some people want a boring controller, and for that, Microsoft offers this. But I also feel like they could offer a more premium controller that includes these features. They sort of did that with the like Elite controller, but even then, that was more like just expensive for the sake of being expensive, rather than offering like cool little doodads. Like it's just like, oh man, it's harder to play the game with these triggers. That's awesome. But of course, rounding things out with the Nintendo Switch
Let's put this
Pro
apart.
controller. You know, this isn't the
Extend the
standardized
legs.
controller for the system. Honestly, like if I was being completely fair, I'd probably, you know, have to use the Joy-Con, but this is the most comparable to the PS5 and Xbox Series X controllers. And yeah, I still adore this controller. I think this is one of the best controllers Nintendo's ever made. It still feels great in the hands. It has this perfect alignment of the buttons, where the triggers are, all of that. At least like this fits my hands perfectly. I remember launch day of the Nintendo Switch, you know, I had to use the Joy-Con and the Joy-Con grip initially for the first couple hours I had the system, and then my Pro controller got delivered by Best Buy a little later in the day. And I got that, I opened it up, I started using the Pro controller, and I threw that damn Joy-Con grip in the trash. This is so much better. The texture, just the feeling of this controller just feels so comfortable. It feels natural in the hands. It just feels like this section is hard, but it has this like kind of just soft vibe to it. It just feels good. It just feels good. The battery life is fantastic. I think it's definitely like the easiest thing to connect to the console. It's the easiest thing to charge. It's so damn nice to just turn the system on with this, play whatever games. It works with nearly everything. I'd say like one of my biggest issues with it is the placement of the plus and minus and capture and home buttons, just because they're a little too close and a little too similar. There's a lot of times like when I want to just pause the game, I find myself hitting the home button, or if I want to hit the select button, I end up hitting the capture button. Not a huge issue, but definitely something I found myself doing from time to time. I also do worry about the longevity of this controller. I found that some of the controllers that I've had, I've just seen like kind of a bit of like marking from twisting the joystick around on the stick itself. Like it's almost like, you know, like it's grinding against these edges. I'm not sure how prevalent that is across like all joysticks. I might be overanalyzing that because I haven't really noticed that with thumbsticks before. I feel like with all the talk around you know, the Nintendo controllers as of late with Joy-Con and Pro controllers just having thumbstick issues, I kind of want to analyze the thumbsticks a little more, and I do notice like, yeah, there is some little grinding marks on the thumbsticks from you know, twisting it around, which, you know, makes sense if that happens to a lot of different controllers, but it's something that I've noticed more with my Nintendo Switch Pro controllers. But yeah, that is something to bring up, you know, like I've specifically seen a lot of Nintendo controllers and also PS5 controllers that have had thumbstick issues, drifting, if you will. Ooh, yeah, that definitely is an issue. I haven't seen as many Xbox controllers have that issue. And I personally haven't had that issue much with my Switch Pro controllers. I think like a Joy-Con or two of mine, I've noticed it happening. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it,
Doesn't feel like a very sturdy combination. Very sturdy
when it gets to the
connection
end of the
point.
Switch generation, I think I can fully settle on if this is like one of my favorite Nintendo controllers. It's definitely up there with the GameCube. But even then, like I feel like the GameCube had more downsides to that controller. I feel like this one works perfectly with so many
like
games.
that.
GameCube, it definitely had some weak points. You know, it wasn't great for certain games.
And then
this
the
one
wings fold
is kind
out.
of a great jack of all trades. And what I really love about it is that it includes all the features that you need. NFC, motion control, like, it's perfect. But which one is the best? Well, it kind of comes down to what your personal preference is. I think these are all great controllers at the end of the day. I feel like the PS5 controller is the most fun for me to use now. Like, it's the one that I get the most excited about using, but in a couple years, you know, like, we'll kind of see if that's still the case. But the Nintendo Switch Pro controller, I feel like that's, like, my favorite in terms of the best of all worlds. It has, like, the extra features that I like the gyroscope, I like the button placement, like, the offset sticks of this and the Xbox controller, but I love kind of the softer feel of the Switch Pro controller compared to the Xbox controller. The Xbox controller is a lot more clicky. This one just is a lot softer. And I do like that about buttons. I do like my controllers to have a bit softer buttons. So overall, I'd say this is my favorite overall, followed by the PS5 and then Xbox.
This is
I still love
Dynarex.
the Xbox controller. I think this is a
It is
fantastic controller.
kind of goofy.
It's just a little boring. PS5, I feel like, is pretty gimmicky in terms of just like, oh man, this is from the future. But it is pretty damn fun to use, and it feels
Love the claws.
great in the hands. The battery life is really unfortunate, and that's kind of why like the Switch Pro controller is kind of my favorite of the bunch, is just because of like battery life, features, and overall layout. It kind of comes out on top. After this thing, I mean, what other controller has a TV remote button?
So the point of contact, that's not great. That is Dynarex. Okay, one more combination to go, the one you've been waiting for. This one's something suitable to play.
This is the New York County Supreme Court. This is the New York County Supreme Court, where they make big decisions. Like this one. If you go to the bathroom, they've decided to install a high-speed hand dryer and no paper towels. It seems like a light decision, but by choosing this thing, the court's facility manager has picked a side in a bitter bathroom battle between Big Jet Dryer and Big Paper Towel, who've been trying and failing to destroy each other for a while now, weaponizing everything from public opinion to science itself in an attempt to claim the Iron Throne. Well, the porcelain throne. Well, the hand drying station outside the porcelain throne. You get it. Once upon a time, the hand drying industry was, well, well, pretty dry. Paper towels were paper towels, and the World Dryer Model A, largely unchanged since 1951, was the happy, undisrupted default air guy gracing every McDonald's bathroom since the 70s. But the warm air dryer is a flawed piece of machinery. It takes forever, meaning lots of people get impatient and walk away with damp hands, which is super unhygienic since bacteria love to adhere to, grow on, and spread via damp surfaces. By the 90s, competitors started to appear. Mitsubishi's Jet Towel, then the Accelerator, and then the big one, Dyson's Airblade, which blasts blades of filtered, unheated air at 400 miles per hour, or about 180 meters per second, that aim to shear 99.9% of moisture off your hands in just 10 seconds. In 2006, Airblades were to the Model A what paper towels must have been to letting your hands dry in the sun. A change not in air speed, but method, from evaporating water to wiping it away. The Airblade is basically a paperless towel,
Get you
which
back
is bad
into
news for
Dynarex,
paper towels because
Soldier
generally,
mode.
if your competitor can make your product out of literal thin air, you're in trouble. Like, imagine what would happen to Boeing's stock price if someone figured out how to bring Wonder Woman's invisible jet to market, or to UPS's if the wind started carrying packages to their destinations. By 2019, one Dyson spokesperson was expecting dryers to have eaten up over $800 million of paper towel companies' revenues between 2012 and 2020. So, if you're Mr. Paper Towel, or Mrs. Paper Towel feminism, this is an existential threat. The Airblade has you beat in a few key areas. Cost and convenience is one. Dyson estimates one of their models can cost as little as $19 a year in electricity to run, versus the $1,000+ a year it costs to stock paper towels, and there's no trash to deal with, which is why dryers are also the eco-friendly pick. Even if you make a paper towel out of recycled materials, you can't recycle it again. Wasteful. So paper towels are more expensive, more inconvenient, and mean to planet. How are they still around? Is it just because a cold, damp PT is the best way to get blood out of your clothes? No, it's because Big Paper Towel fought back. They didn't hit them on cost, convenience, or environment. They went for the jugular. They hit them on hygiene. Meet Keith Redway, or a random stock guy we're having represent Keith Redway. He's a microbiologist who, over the years, got research funding from more paper towel-affiliated companies and organizations than you could name. Probably more than you'd assume exist. And with that money, he published several studies that seem to show
The big one,
other jet
Dyna
flinging bacteria around like they're Jackson Pollock and the Rents do. In one of his studies, commissioned by the European Towel Symposium, participants who wash their hands
first things first.
38 to 77% less bacteria on their palms than they did pre-wash. The participants who used a jet dryer had 15% more. Various Redway studies spawned viral headlines like these, and the damage was real. One Dyson employee told The Guardian that customers would walk out on him mid-deal after reading Redway's research. This put Dyson on defense. They accused Redway of fear-mongering and questioned his methods. Why, in one study, did the participants wear gloves, dip their hands in bacteria, and just shake them off instead of washing? A light breeze would whip concentrated bacteria off a latex glove across a room. No? Not exactly comparable to a porous washed hand, is it? Redway notes that the study was independently funded. Dyson's microbiologist, whose self-reported job responsibilities include, quote, pushing the boundaries of accepted evidence at regulatory authorities, called it fundamentally flawed. Dyson, allegedly, sent Redway 3 letters saying his science is bad and he shouldn't present at conferences, then sent 3 of their execs to one of his presentations, whose staff tried to keep him out, but they got in. Then they sat right in front and, here's the weirdest part, didn't do anything. Nowadays, Redway is retired, but the battle rages on. You can read all about how actually hygienic Airblades are in The Atlantic. See? 40% less bacteria with a jet dryer. Watch out for misinformation. Redway's study sucks. Then a call to action. Demand Airblades, layperson. And who wrote this? Dyson. Meanwhile, viral, often unscientific posts about how dirty they are still circulate. Both sides want your support and want you to believe their science, meaning a business spat between two hand-drying methods has become the kind of war for public trust and scientific truth that's usually reserved for real ones.
That folds up there. These folds up the hip skirts. Let's extend.
McDonald's restrooms, once the domain of the Model A, are for customers only, so she expenses McFlurry, then popped in. Still world dryer, but high speed and no towels. The very glam Plaza Hotel, Luke's branded towels. Hoping to find an Airblade, she went to the Dyson store, but when she asked to use their bathroom, they sent her next door to the basement of Victoria's Secret, which had a jet dryer, but not a Dyson. Embarrassing for them, but a win for jet dryers overall. But perhaps most fascinating was this train waiting to depart Grand Central Terminal, which somehow managed to avoid choosing sides by having nothing. An inspiring level of conflict aversion. They'll leave your hands dirty to keep theirs clean. That's business, I guess.
This is a counterfeit Super Nintendo, and at first glance you might think, well yeah, look at Mario and Yoshi, they look so strange. But actually that's what the real box looked like too. This is just what Mario and Yoshi looked like in Super Mario RPG. And the console looks strange too. Well, North America actually got a cost-reduced version of the Super Nintendo, and this is the guy. This is what it looks like. In fact, this is a real one. This new style Super Nintendo didn't sell as well as the original ones, and as long as I've been collecting, they've always cost quite a bit more. So a morally lacking business person somewhere decided they would counterfeit new style Super Nintendo systems. These things flooded eBay in about 2005. I actually got this for free from an eBay seller who was selling them and had this one returned to him. I don't think he even realized his stock was counterfeit until that happened. Even if you know what a real box one of these looks like, it's going to be hard to tell at a glance. There's nothing that shouts fake straight away. But once you do start looking closely, there's strange things going on around the place. It's like they did photocopy it, but then they just stuck new images over the top of the old ones. There's some weird doubling around here. Mario's moustache has ghosting around it. There's some weird formatting with grey boxes around the text here. Other than the generally poor print quality, the sides are all pretty accurate. The back has the most obvious issues, the biggest one being that there's supposed to be a hole cut out of the box here so that you could read the serial number off the console. And there are a lot of formatting and spelling issues.
There.
Wit this product, and serial numbering. There are a few more text issues scattered throughout, even spelling Nintendo wrong. The text formatting itself is slightly different, the background blacks don't match each other. You can see where the images start and finish in here. This might be the first counterfeit system to damage the resale value of a real console. eBay made it look like these things were plentiful, and collectors who knew about the fakes would be hesitant to buy the real systems, just in case. Once you get inside the box, the quality drops off dramatically. A lot of people would know something is up now, but the attention to detail is still pretty impressive. It comes with two controllers, which are very bad quality, but do have all the details of an original controller, although no Nintendo logo on the connector. Putting the controller next to the real one, obviously this one looks worse, but if you didn't have this one to compare to, you might believe it. The power adapter, which really isn't trying to copy the original one, other than saying Super Nintendo Entertainment System. The sticker doesn't fit on it properly, and it's already starting to break. I've only used it a couple of times. And very generic RF and AV cables. The RF switch even says SG RF unit on it. I guess they used the same casing for Sega Genesis ones. It actually comes with original looking paperwork. A Nintendo Power registration form. The text's a little bit fuzzy, but it's pretty convincing. Consumer information booklet. The paper feels right. The printing's a little bit off, but it's really not bad at all. And the console construction booklet, which is also a pretty high quality copy of the original. Having this paperwork in there is pretty clever. Who would suspect that a console that comes with a Nintendo Power subscription form would be a fake? The biggest difference you'll be able to tell if you have only got the console and you're worried it might be a fake is that the power switch and the reset button are smooth. On the real unit, they've got textured plastic. Also on mine, I can just pull the power switch off like that. It doesn't really clip in properly. You can't do that on the real one. The reason why this system is so convincing is that they actually made a cast of a real one for the molds. You can tell because the sharp details on the real one are a lot less defined on the counterfeit. It's like doing a photocopy. It's not quite as good as the original. The cartridge slot's a lot stiffer on the fake one too. It almost doesn't want to give you your finger back. This one's just going to open and close really easily. And inside the cartridge flap, it's actually purple. The real one's the same color as the case on the inside. The fake one does have a Nintendo Service sticker on it, although it's pretty poor quality. On the back, the fake labels are actually really convincing, only missing the model number for the label and where the console was made. Other than that, it's just marginal font differences, which I wouldn't be able to pick up on its own, but I would guess that they all have the same serial number. The screws that hold the consoles together are also different. The real console uses Nintendo's security screws, whereas the fake one uses Phillips head screws. Once we get inside, we can see there's no RF shielding, that's the metal stuff on the real one, so the FCC compliance is a lie, and there's a tiny heatsink on the voltage regulator. The real one has a huge heatsink. I guess aluminium is kind of expensive. Underneath the RF shielding, the real one's obviously of better quality. This is the motherboard from an early Super Nintendo. It has 2 graphics chips, 2 audio chips, and 1 CPU.
Right?
By this time, Nintendo had integrated the CPU and graphics chips into this big chip, and only had 1 audio chip. I originally thought these 3 chips would be pirate versions of the CPU and graphics chips in the early Super Nintendos, but these don't have the same wiring. They're actually completely different chips. Kind of half guessing, I'd say this is the graphics chip, this is the CPU, and this one's for audio, which means
notch in the helmet. There we go. There we go. Okay.
There's Sony, Epson, Winbond,
the head comes down. Okay.
Toshiba. It's a party in here. Everyone's invited. The fact that all these memory chips have different brands means that they've taken these from scrap boards. They're secondhand.
There is
the 2 posts that
Dynazenon.
the cartridge slot screws to are actually different heights. This one's correct, but this one's too low. The cartridge port's actually broken because of it. This area in here is interesting though. 50H and 60H. That means 50 Hz and 60 Hz. It's the number of times the screen refreshes every second. This is called a jumper setting. At the moment, the 60 Hz side has a solder blob bridging it. If I clear that and bridge the 50 Hz side, then it'll run at 50 Hz instead. Some countries like Australia and a lot of Europe required 50 Hz, while USA and Japan and a few other countries required 60 Hz. Official Nintendo consoles use different motherboards for each region, so they didn't have any of these options on them. There's actually another one up the back here. This one's not labelled, but I can tell that it's for switching between PAL and NTSC color format. formats. However, the components for PAL aren't here, so that one won't work. I'm soldering some wires to the 5060 jumpers so that I can control them with a switch from outside the console. I want to play with that later. As far as gameplay goes, yeah, they're the same. It works perfectly fine. The audio is a little bit crackly though. Inside the cartridge slot of a genuine North American Super Nintendo, there are a couple of tabs which stop you from putting Japanese games into the slot. This console was made without those, so Japanese games should plug straight in and work.
There he is, Dynazenon. Almost the articulation in a minute. Get a picture. Here for your consideration. He's big, like feels. This is Megazord, like regular Megazord size big. For comparison, here's a Megazord. Yeah, he's as tall as, just slightly shorter than Victory Mars. Certainly lighter, more articulated. That's a good comparison. So yeah, he's a big guy. He's definitely bigger than your average Sentai robot in Mini Plus scale. I guess I could put together. It's time to put together SSSS.DYNAZENON and figure out how big he is. Let's see if I can do this without breaking anything.
This system also doesn't have a security chip, so some PAL games will work as well. But some PAL games check for the refresh rate, so that's where that jumper comes in. If I flick this switch, oh, I lose colour. That's interesting. I'm going to try switching that other jumper, even though those components are missing. Nah, I guess those components are required to get colour on 50 Hz. But the 5060 jumper will still help me to play some games that check for the refresh rate. Most games only do a check when you first turn it on, and if it's the wrong refresh rate, you get a screen like this. Aw, they're in jail. But if I switch the refresh rate to 50 Hz and turn the console off and on, the game starts up. And I can switch it back to 60 afterwards to get the colour back. But I don't actually use this console at all, so I'm just going to leave the jumper permanently on 60. I wonder if this will work. It does. Oh, the reset button doesn't work, but the original top half does fit on the bottom half of the Pirate console. And there it is, the most
Gridman's gonna be a
accurate
bit shorter,
console
looks like.
I've ever seen. I'm a massive video game collector, and I'm always buying interesting stuff. If you'd like to see everything that I get, you can join me on Floatplane for $1 a month. The link's in the description. I'll see you there.
Need this option hand bits again. there's another, right, that slot's up there, forget about that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Powered Graveman is definitely smaller than Dynazenon, but it's not, there's comparable. Full Powered Graveman, I guess is his name. Here. I have not seen this combination in quite a while, due to various reasons. One, I don't like it that much. It doesn't, as a kid, it doesn't do much. Then also the broken bits. Gridman's leg has broken on me. I have glued it back together just with model cement. It is now stuck in place. It's actually helping a bit, if I'm being honest. It's just clunky. All around clunky. Take a risk here and set Gridman down on his own 2 feet. I know you can't really see what I'm doing very well. Where is Calvert? Losing bits left and right. Fun times, fun times. Just broke. Just today, his leg's been broken. Snap that back on. So they are side by side, as you can see. Gridman is significantly shorter than his successor, Dynazenon. Meanwhile, Rogue Kaiser Grid Knight will be taller, even because Grid Knight just takes the place of Dyna Soldier and the Gridman combination. So it'll be at least as high, plus Dyna Soldier sitting on the shoulder there, so yeah. Enough of you. Put you back on your stand. So get your weight off your leg. Okay, so Dynazenon comes with some alternate hands, obviously, some effect parts. You can actually twist the arm in like that. I noticed that when I was building the hands, or building the arms last week. Place the hands, pop this out, and on different hands, different effects. Balls. Stay in there. Skirts there. Double knee joint. So I can do some impressive posing. Got these effect parts on the sword. Not a sword, but I think you can theoretically rotate that out to be inside the hand. I forget. Let me try. Yeah, I don't think that's original to the show, but it is possible to have that inside the hand. So the helmet is definitely a sturdier attachment than it is on Gridman, so that's good. Nice waist swivel. The hip skirts kind of get in the way, but it's livable. It's just an articulation showcase. Here's the pose I've got him in. So yeah, that is SSSS. Well, so this is just Dynazenon from SSSS.DYNAZENON. Again, mostly unpainted, undetailed. I will come back on my own time. I don't know, I might do a stream for it. I said I talked about doing it just a paint stream, so I'll do something. Remains to be seen, but I'll do something eventually, maybe. Get it detailed. Effective part, you can do the cannons on the legs. So that's something you can do. Anyway, so I'll come back and I'll probably paint these up either on my own time or on a stream just to get it out of the way. The next build probably be, I don't know, I might do a Gundam to in between because I want to build Calibarn. But I do have Goldburn and Grid Knight as well to build, and they can combine, they can make a flying Grid Knight, but they can also combine with this set to make Rogue Kaiser Grid Knight. So that's an option too. But yeah, this has been SSSS.DYNAZENON. Let me switch back over to my main view here. This has been the SSSS.DYNAZENON from, what is just called Dynazenon. This has been Dynazenon from SSSS.DYNAZENON. Next time, like I said, to be decided, either painting or Grid Knight or Calibarn. I'll figure something out. Let's see, on the back burner is Calibarn. Well, let's see, it's the things I just mentioned, and then let me see actually. Flash the camera there. Anyway, so it's the things I just said. So on my backlog right now is Gundam Calibarn, Gundam Calibarn, Grid Knight, Kamen Rider Kuga, Dragon Form, and the Blade Liger from Zoids. And then also the Demi Barding from Gundam Witch from Mercury, Gundam Epion Real Grade. I'll probably do that to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of building the Wing Zero, so that'll be April-ish. I have... Let's see, is anything shipping right now? I don't think I have anything shipping yet, but in stock, ready to ship, I have Wan Tiger from aka Tiger Zord. I have Blue Beat, SMP Kime Pose Blue Beat. Oh, I forgot to do something on the... It's not mandatory, but you can raise these cannons up. Totally free. You can raise these cannons up on Dynazenon there. And bring them over your shoulder if you want. You don't have to, but it's an option. Anyway, listen to my train of thought here. I've got Blue Beat and Black Beat either coming in. I've got... That's current Sentai. Nothing new's been announced from Might Guide. They haven't announced the next Brave series yet. They just announced Dyna Deltanius. That's ordered, and the Gingai-O Galaxy Megazord, so those are ordered. Those are set to release in June. I know I'll be behind, so I've set them to order. I've set them to arrive in like slow boat, so September or October time, they'll show it to me. It's gonna be a busy year, I'm sure. I can always hit up. I need to get the last Kuga form, and I'm basically caught up on Sentai stuff. I'm not going to be buying the Boon Boomger mini pull as they come out. I'll just wait to see what they toss out at the end of the year, because the manga design don't really inspire me anyway. There won't be a shortage of things to build, I assure you of that. That's all I can really say. Anyway, I'm rambling at this point. I need to itemize a list of things that I have to build. A couple possible rebuilds in the pile there too. But painting, building, I'll be here. Movie nights on Sundays. King Oger and Hirogaru Sky Precure on Thursdays. Builds Friday usually. And that's my schedule. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching my replay. If you are watching my replay, have a great night.